Well, a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another Flight Data Sim live stream. Today is the 14th of July 2022, 4 minutes past 5 in the evening. We're back in Microsoft Flight Simulator. A 1 hour delay to the stream, my goodness me. Natural Flops coming straight in here with a 5, and thank you very much.
I wonder what this button does.
Oh, thank you, Natural Flops. I don't know which button you're talking to there, the donation button, I don't know, but thank you very much, Natural Flops, whoever you are, for your kind generosity. Oh my goodness me, I thought I was about to throw the PC in the bin, guys. I completely screwed something up earlier with the Windows App Data folder. I accidentally unclicked something like the read-only file and set it to read-only, so basically every time I tried to open a program it came up with errors and script errors and all sorts of problems. I had to sort of work backwards to work out what I'd done. I managed to restore the PC to yesterday, but it still had the same issue, so I basically went to that app data folder, read-only, ticked it and unticked it again, then it seems to have all worked again. So yeah, it took me an hour to do that. So the plan is still to do 2 sectors. We'll see how we're doing for time. Basically, I wanted to start at 4 so I could get 2 sectors in. Might have to cancel the second sector, but I don't wish to. We'll see how we get on here. We are in Thailand for the first time. I'll say hello to all these members joining and the members comment shortly. We're in Thailand for the first time. Here we are. My goodness, guys. In Bangkok, we're in Suvarnabhumi International Airport. Huge international airport here. We're going to be flying for 1 hour 15 minutes southbound to Phuket. Flight time, as I said, 1 hour 15, cruising at 36,000 feet. Live weather, live conditions. We have some lovely scenery here by Double T. That's available for the sim market store for €21. Picked it up this morning. It's a very basic scenery, but it has all the correct terminal layouts and stand numbers, which is pretty cool. And Orbeck sent me their Phuket scenery, which we'll be checking out later as well. JM, super stoked to the stream. Thank you very much. As he says, or Phuket. Yeah, I thought it was pronounced Phuket, but someone told me it's Phuket. This place is pronounced Suvarnabhumi International Airport. Thank you very much for YouTube for that. Captain Mark is back as a member. Welcome aboard, buddy. John Padfield, 18 months. 1 hour delay. Still makes it better than flying in real life these days. Glad you fixed it, Captain. Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone in Discord there earlier helping me fix it, especially Icefire, one of my members as well. Moen, Realistic Airline Ops at a 1 hour delay, absolutely. Shui, what happens in Bangkok stays in Bangkok, no comment to that one. Oh my goodness me. Ansi Teal, well, a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Yep, good one, unbelievable. Right, anyway, nicely murdered that pronunciation as usual, said Javelin. Thank you very much. We of course have webcam or yoke cam live and up and running. Here's my Xbox controller so I can control the views today. Let's have a look at this scenery around here. Of course, I've not even mentioned we're in the PMDG 737-700, the latest updated version. Flown it earlier, did 2 test sectors. Seemed to be okay. Some of the issues that were the previous version still remaining. Trim seems to be quite ineffective, but things I did notice, like audio, seems a little bit better for me personally. But here's this lovely scenery by Double T. It is a little bit basic. For example, in the terminal, not much going on here, but you can see through the glass to your aircraft, which is always pretty cool. But yeah, nice to be in a different part of the world for a change. You obviously spend most of the time in Europe and occasionally go to North America, but never visited Thailand before on a live stream. But this scenery is pretty large in size. Lots of places to visit here. Tom Hates Cats, thank you very much for the £1 donation. He simply says Thailand. That's because I know you're from Thailand, sir. Actually, I think you suggested flying here, so maybe that was in the back of my head. But yeah, we are live on VATSIM. No VATSIM events. We are live weather, but streaming 12 hours behind live time because it'll be late in the evening here in Bangkok. So I think right now it's 4 o'clock in the morning GMT, but live weather conditions. But here we are in the PMDG 737-700, as mentioned, completely cold and dark. I've just got everything connected prior to the stream to keep the show on the road. Anyway, let's jump on into the cockpit. There we are.
Minimums.
There we go.
Minimums. Approaching minimums.
Thank you, Orlon, for the 19 months. Hey, Sam, nice to see you. How's work going? Absolutely flat out. After next week, I'll be up to my 100 hours in 28 days. So they've actually had to give me some annual leave the following week because they can't actually fly me anymore. It's the same with my colleagues as well. We're all flying a lot here. Very little disruption, thankfully. Everything seems to be ticking along nicely, albeit some places there's lack of ground staff at certain airports, which is causing delays, but I seem to be staying well clear of it at the moment, so fingers crossed. I try and keep you all posted on the social media, of course, where I'm going and what I'm up to. Anyway, let's get the show on the road. We'll put the battery on, GPU on the bus, electric hydraulic pumps we can pop on, landing gear lever is down. We have 1, 2, 3, and we check the green lights up here, 4, 5, 6. We then check all the aircraft documentation to make sure everything is all hunky-dory. Working our way here to the fault fire tests, the squibs. We've got 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6 green lights for each test. Let's do the fault test. We've got APU detector in op, fault in op, and overheat detector. There's the master caution as well, as expected. Here's the fire test. 3 fire warning lights, the bell, engine overheat, wheel well, and the fire warning and master caution overheat lights on 2. Onto the overhead panel, we'll arm the emergency exit lights, test the attend button. Let me just grab our operational flight plan for today's sector. Here it is. So thunderstorms forecast here in Bangkok and en route. Phuket's okay, a little windy, so we will, if I was flying this sector in this part of the world with the weather forecasters in, I'll take at least 30 minutes. As I said, Phuket is clear. Thunderstorms in the departure area. So let's take 30 minutes of fuel. That's going to be let's take 6.5 tons of fuel. So we can hide that now. 6.5 down here. So we're going to go to FS Actions, ground services. Fuel 6.5. We'll press start. I don't know what a typical Thai name would be for our refueler, but we can think of something there. We'll take a full load of passengers, which in the 737-700 single class economy is 148. We'll start the boarding there as well. So the passengers are loading, the fuel's uploading, everything is going on. Hello, James French from Australia. I think I'm only going to catch the setup before falling asleep, but 2 streams in 2 weeks. But great, thank you very much for tuning in. And Australia, yeah, my goodness me, it must be very early in the morning there. Thanks for tuning in there. John Poundfield, tell me about it. I was stuck at Riga due to a lack of pushback crew. I can imagine it's a lot of disruption all over the network at the moment with lack of ground crew. Man Osborne, all the cancelled EasyJet flights dying down and going on holiday soon. Yeah, there's less cancellations coming. I think EasyJet have gotten things sorted slowly but surely. Tom hates cats. What gates you at? I'm on stand E10, Echo 10. Doctor on board says, Sawad Krub, good evening from Bangkok. You're literally only 40 kilometres away from my apartment. Very good. Sawad Krub I've completely butchered as well. Excellent. Steph says evening. Oh, hello to you. And thanks for subscribing there, ON3. Perfect. So fuel's coming on board. As are the passengers. You can see the fuel being uplifted there either side. My front door's just rang. 2 seconds. Oh, I am I'm expecting no one, but I'll just have a quick look out the window, guys. Just give me 2 seconds. Sorry about that, someone was trying to sell me milk. I don't need any milk in the Flight Deck Sim household. I forgot to mention Jack's here, he's just been chasing me down the stairs. Milkman? It's the 21st century, I didn't even know milkmen still go around. I'm so sorry, so much disruption today. I don't even know where I got to. Fuel loaded, we were up here, weren't we? So we'll wait until the fuel's done, until we can put the fasten seatbelt sign on. Leave the MCP for now. Flaps are up, which matches the indicated position. And we'll do a quick config check. I see on the update they've made the movement of the thrust lever smoother and the trim wheel and the controls. Well, they're a little jerky, but much better than before. So well done to PMDG for that. And the trim wheel smoother, albeit I think it's too slow still with the flaps up, or certainly a lot less ineffective in the real aircraft. But we'll have a look at that later. Cargo fire test is next. Forward aft discharge, 2 green extension lights, and we've got the fire warning light illuminated as well. 2000 standby for the transponder. Rotor lane trim is 3 and 0. Check the gear extension door is closed. And oops, just my camera needs resetting there. Circuit breakers roll in. Up here onto the upper overhead panel. Check the stall warning test. Mac airspeed warning test. Check the flight recorder, which is all good. IRS to nav, I've got it set to realistic alignment, so it should take exactly as long as it should. And circuit breakers roll in. And Jim and I forgot to put our coats on the coat hangers. There we go. That's the safety inspection checklist complete. Door-to-door milk sales. What in the world? I know. You already have fresh alpaca milk, says Infinity. Well, who needs other milk when you've got alpaca milk? Did he have glass bottles? No, he was dressed very smartly. I just very politely said, "Oh, hi. Sorry, I didn't say I was streaming. I said I'm on the phone, but no thanks. Good luck." Any question you want to know about Thai aviation? I'm Thai. Excellent ON3, and thank you very much for subscribing. You'll help us with our sits and stars today. That'd be great. Ethan, morning. First time catching a stream live in a while. I finally have my PPL check ride next Friday. Any last minute wisdom? Oh, Ethan, it's been how old now? Yeah, 14 years, 15 years ago I did my PPL skills test. Just go off the advice from your instructors, relax. No, if something happens, don't dwell on it during the exam, just carry on. That's the best advice I could give. T4 for Warrior giving some great advice as well, unbelievable. On the phone to 270 people, technically, Gino, hope you're doing well, buddy, nice to see you here. Right, so we'll select traffic on here. It seems to turn them off when you go cold and dark in the PMDG. We are exactly 12 hours behind live time, and we're in Microsoft Flight Simulator, so I can push B to set the local QNH, which is pretty cool, I quite like that. And there's no ATC here at all at the moment. Well, I don't think there'll be any because of the time of day. Local time, it's 11 o'clock at night in Bangkok. Winds are variable, light rain, 25 degrees, QNH is 1006, which is set. And we'll set the MFRA here. Let's set that to 1,000 feet above aerodrome level. You can set that quickly, which is good. So we'll just set that to 1,000 and 10. Paddle lighting looks okay, so we'll just jump straight into the FMC. We'll set the rudder pedals, check the oxygen, do a lights test as well. We'll imagine that's done, just save a little bit of time today. Excellent. Deep fried baby, hello. Did you ever get your scenery sorted, by the way, by Any Builds? They did say they sent that to you. I haven't seen you here since. The stream is a lot more reasonable for us Americans to watch. It's about 12 noon, the last one was about 4 in the morning. Oh, I tried to. Generally, I do it this time, but last stream was great for Australians who could watch live, but I won't do many at that time in the morning. Right, let's have a look here at the FMS then. So I have updated today's AirAC 2207, so you can see, look, it's active. From the 14th of August all the way through to 14th of July to August the 11th for this year. Let's put in our information for our routing. Let me bring up the flight plan this side for you. So we are in Victor Tango Bravo Sierra. First ever time in Thailand, looking closer to the equator. And we're routing to Phuket Victor Tango Sierra Papa. That might happen again. Call sign today is Alpaca 14 Tango Lima. We are... Oh, it's the OG FMS here without the VNAV button, so departure. We're going to go for 19er right today, just because of where we are located. I did check prior to the stream, they were departing off runway 19. And we're flying the Ukera 3 Golf RNAV SID. There we are, no transitions with that one. From Ukera, it's Golf 458 to Menex. And from Menex, it's Yankee 8 to Ikera. From Ikera, Golf 458 to Stansted. Sierra Tango November, not Stansted obviously. Yankee 8 to Lamel, and from Lamel it is Golf 458 again to Savsa. And that's the beginning of the arrival for us. We're going to go to arrivals. It's the Samsung 1 Delta. And we'll be flying ILS 27. We won't be using either of these transitions. We'll just... The chart, I'll show you later, just simply says join the dots, essentially. So we're just going to go from SABSA direct to Stone. I think it's as it is in the FMS. So we'll activate that execute. I'll just go to the plan page, step through this to make sure there's no discontinuities. See how it all is connected. Looking good there. Now this localizer on this ILS is actually a couple of degrees offset from the runway centerline for some unknown reason, but I'll show you that later. So that's all in. Let's go to performance. 0 fuel weight, 50.6. So it looks like we're still loading the passengers because we're expecting 51.2. So I'll put that in manually. 51.2. If I go here to FS Actions, Ground Services, you'll see we are still loading. 145 of 148. So yeah, pretty much nearly there. That should equal 51.2. There you are, 51.1. I'll do it manually again, 51.2, which is what we're expecting. Oops. What are you not happy with? Oops, because I tried to put in reserves, fair enough. So you can see here, 0 fuel weight, expected 51.3, we're 51.2, so that's pretty close to that. Cost, reserves for our alternate, which is Surat Thani, Victor Tango Sierra Bravo, that is 2.3 tons. Which is here, cost index 30 at Alpaca Airways, cruising, I think I said on night, but accidentally 34,000 feet, but I do want to go up to 36,000 feet. Top climb wind is 081 at 25. There we are, and transition altitude's a little bit higher here, I think it's 13,000 feet. Yeah, the PMDG just defaults to whatever you set it to, so you have to look on the airport chart and set it manually. I have no performance data for Thailand, so I'm going to go 22k with an assumed temperature of 45. I seem to be missing the 20k thrust setting. I don't know where that's disappeared. We have a 700. I've flown the 700 in real life before. On our D rates, we have a 22, 20 and 18k on ours. We always select 22k. As a SOP at ours on the 700. We can take an assume with 22. So that's all set. Takeoff flap 5 CG is 19.1. Trim 6.35 units.
Minimums.
Maze
Approaching minimums.
Shook, welcome aboard as a member, buddy. Glad you joined the content. You get invited to our members only Discord. I hope you enjoy using the customers and chat. Thank you very much indeed. So do you still feel the trim is a little slower? It's slow with the flaps up, but the wheels certainly not spinning as quickly as it would. And V-speed's 27, 28, 32, and we can set 32 on the MCP. There we are, FMS is all pretty much loaded. We'll have legs for Jim, takeoff page for me. Right, your dampers on, nav transfer display switches, normal auto, fuel. Sorry, I got the flight plan still up here, forgot about that. So 5.2 required. We have 6.5 on board. We can now turn on the 4 pumps. No fuel in the centre tank. AC/DC metering panels all fine. Panel lighting for now is all fine. We'll pop the seatbelt sign on. We'll get the APU started. We should be pushing back shortly. Window heats can come on. Enchanty ice off for now. Igniters, we'll have the right igniter. Packs to auto. Leave the isolation valve open. 36,000 feet. Elevation in Phuket is 82 feet, so we'll set this to 100. Move that to steady, which it already is. Onto the MCP, so flight directors on. Hopefully, it should load the flight plan. There it is. Don't you love it when a flight plan comes together? No, it's the wrong one. That's for the return sector. God damn it. Let me unload this one. Close this, hopefully it'll have them all saved. So it's VTBS. Oh no! Hopefully if I fetch from SimBrief it should. It does, yes, but it doesn't have any of the charts which I had already opened prior to the stream for efficiency. Anyway, we should be able to select that, and then this for the SID. All that. Annoyingly, I've got rid of all my charts here, so I should be able to pin them quickly. Parking stands, we need these ones. Airport charts, we need these ones. And the SID we're flying is a Ukera 3 Golf. So let's search 3 Golf. Ukera 3 Golf. There we are. So I pinned everything we needed. So we are on Concourse F, right down here on Echo 10. I'm going to push back to face north. Exit here. We'll take the second right onto Echo. And then we're going to taxi. We could take Echo 2, Echo 1 for departure. So quite a short taxi today. And the SID is the Ukera 3 Golf. So it's an RNAV SID, GNSS or DME, DME IU required. So we are RNAV 1 compliant. We have max 250 below 100, but we want the routing information, which doesn't seem to display, but you can just check for it here. Anyway, so go to the legs page. We've got direct to Roven. It's max 220. It always seems to default to 220 as a hard speed. I noticed that it did this. It will say unable speed, so just make sure you put 220 knots or below here. That's what it should be coded as. 907, 908, 9,000 feet stop altitude. Salma 160 or below. There's no ATC, so what we'll do, we'll set 9,000 feet as the initial stop altitude, which is what it would probably be by ATC if they were online, so imagine we have our clearance. Then it's Salma, Sabis, and then we're routing to Ukera, so it's all in the FMC, all coded correctly. We have the stop altitude set as well. There's no nav aids to tune at all. You could tune the Bangkok VOR if you so wished, so we'll just leave it as it is there. So that's the taxi and SID done. Let me get the AP on the bus. There we are. We'll get some bleed air on as well, because I think the outside temperature, what was it? It was 25 degrees, so pretty warm, and should think it's pretty muggy here as well. I have been to Bangkok. I did a little bit of travelling with my stepbrother in my 20s. We did visit Bangkok for a week, which was very interesting. And what else do we need to select here? We'll have a bit of airport on there, and I think we're all good. Let me just select Takeoff here, legs, and I just need to close the doors, get rid of the air bridge. So doors, we'll close the door, boarding is complete, close the cargo holds, I think they are closing. Now probably have to get rid of the stuff first, so ground services, let me just set the chocks. I think that, what that does, it disconnects everything for you. Detaching, excellent. Closing. Excellent, it's looking good. You see everything getting detached, disappearing and driving away. Doctor on board, yes, it's 11:26 PM now here. Yep, we are 12 hours behind live time, so it's 11:26 AM in the simulator. Hello, T44 Warrior says Sawadi. I think that's hello in Thai. I think someone was mentioning earlier. Doctor on board, 25 degrees is the lowest we can get in Bangkok in this month. I can imagine what it is during the day. I wouldn't be want to imagine here. List of it. Does Microsoft Flight Simulator simulate the AC fogging the cabin again? Wouldn't surprise me. They've got all sorts of things simulated here. Hi, Carl Childers. Hello, Skipper. Hope all is well with you, sir. Yeah, not too bad. Very, very busy. Nice to be streaming again. It's been a while here, so nice to pop back in here. Use the desktop site on my phone, so May Shock something sorted there, or May Shock. Ah, yes, you joined us, Amanda. Thank you very much indeed. Coin Tipper, very interesting that you chose the Microsoft Flight Sim 737-700 over the Zebo. Well, not really interesting. I mean, I fly both. I've said many, many times I love both aircraft. I think they both have a great place in modern simulators. I'll be jumping between the two, and it's been well over a month since we've flown it last, and I've got the lovely scenery installed today. And when Orbex released their Phuket series, I was like, oh, that's perfect time to visit Thailand, and I grabbed the Suvarnabhumi International Airport by Double T on Sim Market as well. So I think we're happy with taxi, SID, everything that's going on. There's no ATC here, so I'll just make sure I'm on Unicom. And we'll advise everyone on frequency of our intentions. And I've completely forgotten to mention, I have installed Flight Control Replay. The dev behind it, Fabio Merlo, sent me an email, said, would you like to try it? And he's been sending me a few emails about it. And I actually said, you know what, I will install it. And I have used it. It works okay. I don't think it's as good as or powerful as the X-Planes replay tool. I have to press record at a certain point, and it does seem to make the sim freeze for 5 seconds before it then starts recording, but it does allow you to do replays. You just have to reconfigure the aircraft after landing, so I will try it after landing in Phuket as well. But if I screw it up, don't be surprised. We'll see what goes on there. Jay, what if the engine start lever is moved into idle before or right after the starter switch is moved to ground in the real 737NG? Tried that in the Zebo and the engine started fine. Yeah, you don't want to do that. You will have an aborted engine start condition if you insert fuel too early. So you must wait until 25% N2, otherwise you'll get some sort of hung start there. So you just simply don't do it. Excellent. So I think doors are all closed, no lights on here. Let's get the pushback connected. So that is up here, pushback. Did I disconnect the jetway? I didn't, so jetway, cheerio. And pushback, pre-plan pushback. There we are, I'm going to face north. Something like that, something like that. Excellent.
Cockpit to ground.
This is ground. Stand by.
There we are. There's a pink looking aeroplane over there. There we are, should be on V-Pilot now. Better pushback from Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yeah, it's very similar. It's made by a dev called Pontius. No, not Pontius. Ambitious Pilots. Why do I want to say Pontius? Well, I'm not so sure. Hi, Jack. Hope you're doing well. On your bed, then. On your bed. Good boy.
Okay, sir. The bypass pin is installed.
Astrojuice, you
All
summed
doors
it
and
up
hatches
pretty
closed and all
much
ground
there.
equipment is removed. Please set parking brakes.
I don't think the parking brake is set, actually. I think it... Yes, whoops.
The parking brakes are set. You may lift.
Parking brake set. Lifting the aircraft.
I didn't finish the rest of the panel scan here, so that's all set down there. Flight directors on, 90,
approaching
RTO,
minimums.
reset.
We are cleared for start and push.
Okay, cleared for push start. Please release parking brake.
Here we go. Parks off, anti-collision lights on, release parking brake, let's go. Look at that.
Parking brakes are released.
30 minutes after the start of the stream, on time departure, minus the hour delay at the start of the
You
stream.
will start in the sequence.
Steve, 11 months afternoon, sir. Would you ever consider giving DCS a go? Even some of the training campaigns are very informative and quite challenging. Absolutely, Steve. I mean, people have been asking that for years now on this channel. Right now, any spare time I have, if you didn't know already, I moved house 3 weeks ago, so I'm still getting things sorted with this house. I'm still selling my old house as well, and having lots of things to sort out on the side with regards to that. So I'm very limited to free time, so any time I do get, it's going to be predominantly streaming the stuff I do on this channel. Come winter, when things inevitably will get quieter, I will find more time for more content, other simulators. The second channel, which is all intensive purposes, been abandoned, so I will have more time for things like that. Patrick, you need to drive the pushback trip manually one time. I tried that earlier because it wasn't working after I used the replay tool, so maybe in Phuket if I do the second sector. Right, anyway, let's advise Unicorn we're pushing. Actually, I don't know if I have to do it for pushing. Let's just start the engines. Starting engine number 2. Head 2. I'm getting used to the cameras now in Microsoft Flight Simulator. I still prefer X-Planes, but I have mine set up like X-Planes, so I have all the pre-assigned views. Disabled pretty much all the other view commands on my Xbox controller as well. So yeah, I'm sort of can be a little smoother with the transitions of all my window views set up as well. Corey, does the PMDG feel like an upgrade? They're both a great aircraft, the Zebo and this. The updated version, I think they've sorted a lot of under the bonnet fixes, and I think they had a few issues with FMA enunciations, but the same things that are an issue with it are apparent, but they're small issues. Right, starting
Parking
cut
brake
out.
set.
Parking brake set. Lowering aircraft.
2 stable. The engine start sequence is very, very good.
Ground. You may disconnect.
Okay, sir. Clear to disconnect.
Head
Pin has
2.
been removed. See you at the side. Have a good flight.
Holding position waiting for the visual. Thank you and goodbye.
Low pressure N1. When you get the fuel in, we simultaneously, quite hard in the sim, we check the spar valve goes from bright blue or dim bright blue to off. Anthony, are you anticipating a winter furlough again? Oh no, I don't think there'll be a furlough. They try and encourage part-time, which I might take this winter, so I could do some more stuff for you guys. But winter's always quieter at my base. They are at most of our bases. Anyway, start to cut out, monitoring 1, 2, 4, 6, 3. 1 is stable. Let's do the before taxi flow. Generators on, APUs off, start switches, probe heat, NTI's off, air conditioning packs auto. Air conditioning sounds great. AP bleed is off as well. Flaps 2.5. Flight controls full forwards and full back, left and right. Here comes the rudders, full left and full right. Close that. We could do recall, blank the lower DU, and then we'd read the before taxi checklist. Unfortunately, there isn't any checklist plug-in. We've got a knock Air 737 pushing back. That's where are they based? I think I've heard of them, but I would no clue where they are. They have a very colourful livery, that's for sure. So we'll just wait until he's completed his taxi, or his pushback and taxi, and then we'll follow him to the whole point. The usual random stuff moving all over the place as well. Can you select your cell call on the placard? No, I don't think it's modelled there, Sim 737 Pilot. I think it's just there. We don't have cell call anyway. That's it. ACAR's thing. It's Noxair from Thailand. Wake Vortex Noxair are Thai. Very cool. That's you, Tom Hates Cats. One of the best low-cost carriers in Thailand. Well, what about Alpaca Airways? Cat and Mark, hi Cat, do you know how to set the NDB frequency with decimal number in the 737? You should be able to do it just like this, but I don't know if you can in the... Just like this, it's the middle, or outer knob, sorry. There you go, you should be able to set it to 0.5 increments. Oh, Javelin dinner's on the table, enjoy, catch you later. Yes, yeah, I should be on the approach into Phuket right now, but needs most. Hello Nortsky, evening everyone, hope you're doing well, nice to see you pop in. Excellent. Perfect. Captain to Kenobi, how can we... No, we have a realistic height in the cockpit, we can play a lot with the cam, but what would be a real view? Yeah, a common question there, Captain D Kenobi. It's quite hard to sort of judge because you're looking at a monitor. I mean, you obviously can have VR, but the way I've sort of set it, so this is that's the default view, which is okay in the cruise and takeoff. It gives you a bit of a better perspective as a viewer. This is a sort of view I've set, which is sort of what I like to have now. In the real aircraft, what I said during training when I was an instructor on SFI is you want to just see, you imagine there's a piece of paper on top of the glare shield. You want to have your eye going so it's you can't see the top of the piece of paper, but you can see sort of the edge of the paper as if it was flat. And that's sort of the right point here. It's a little bit high in the sim, but this is a good view for the approach in a desktop sim, and then the default view here is good on the takeoff and landing roll there as well. Hello, Flying to Sim is a way to set the baromins quickly like a gazebo. I'm from Bogota, 8,400 feet of elevation setting. This makes an horrible thing. You just got to hold it down, buddy. In the real aircraft, you hold it down, and after about 5 seconds, it starts to increase very quickly. The altitude there. Thanks, Bert fella. Glad you got it up and running. Oh, absolutely. Jay, wouldn't EC wait until certain N2 to give fuel if start levers are idle? Really won't know. I mean, if you move the start lever up, the spar valve and engine fuel valve will open. So you just don't want to do that at low N2. Oh, hello, Katie Pilot. Someone said Katie Pilot's here. And I just embarrassingly saw your message from a few weeks ago and replied now. Please accept my most sincere apologies. I feel rather embarrassed. No problem at all. It was after you were here in the last stream. And it was just a polite email, as I said I'd do during the stream. But we're all very busy. You need not to apologise. Yan Yap Captain, is it SOP at your airline to start the timer during pushback? No. We do during the engine start though, which I don't actually do during the stream.
Bangkok traffic, Alpaca 5 direction, keep pushing back from Concourse unknown stand onto Tango 4.
Thai Sim, you're flying from Edinburgh to Gatwick. Enjoy, sir. Jason, when you do flying panel sim brief and you put your call sign VCP, how does ATC know you'll be called Alpaca? Is there a separate box to fill this? Sorry, new to VATSIM. No problem. When we started the virtual airline, we started using VCP and no one had ever heard of it. They didn't know what to do. Some people do still say Victor Charlie Papa, but it's sort of reasonably well known, I think, with most controllers that VCP is short for Alpaca Airways. It's to do with the genome of alpaca, or the Latin name of alpaca, which I can never remember. It's short for that. We seem to have a lot of ground traffic in the way. Queuing very neatly here. Wow, we'll just wait. This guy's still taking his time to taxi. It's one of our members, I think. We've got a VIP truck, a fire truck, fuel truck, forklift, and a maintenance van. All waiting in the way here. Knockhead needs to work on their turnaround time. They do. Hopefully on their way shortly. Convenient stream delay, I know, not like we've been delayed already. Oh, I honestly thought I'd knackered it. I honestly thought I broke Windows. It was completely my fault. I accidentally... I was playing around, and I didn't mean to, but on the app data folder, which I think is quite vital for Windows, is usually hidden, but you need to access it to move files from Microsoft Flight Simulator and whatnot. I accidentally unticked read only or something, and I pressed cancel, but it looked like it had started to change some files and not the others. So when I restarted the PC prior to the stream, I just couldn't open several programs. It was all over the place. So yeah. Anyway, he's taxied off, so we'll release the parking brake. We'll do a quick config check, and the engines do spool up far too quickly, but that is a limitation in Microsoft Flight Simulator. I think they don't have accurate thrust end on curves. I like how the vertical stabilizer disappears with the glass there. Anyway, ignore the ground equipment. We are taxiing straight through that, and let's have a look at our taxi routing. Advise Unicom we are on the move as well. Suvarnabhumi International Traffic, Alpaca 14 Tango Lima, taxiing Holborn 19 right via Tango 14 Delta Van Echo, I think. Is that a max in front? No, I think that was a 737-800. Why is all this ground traffic simply following the taxi line? SOP is to drive straight through the traffic, yes. But nice to have a accurate rendition with all the correct stand numbers. The default Microsoft Flight Sim airports generally lack that. Serious FOD ingestion. It was an entire fire truck. Got a truly Asian Airbus and a King Power. Isn't King Power an Indian airline? aren't they? The sponsors of Leicester City, or am I imagining that? What's the usual taxi speed in real life, says Ellis YouTube? So 30 knots in a straight line. For turns 90 degrees like this, you want to be doing 10 knots.
Yankee taxiing by Tango 4, Charlie
Apron
4,
15
Bravo,
knots.
for 01 right.
So we'll do the before takeoff checklist now. So config we check. So flaps we have 5 and 5 of green light. Stab trim is 6.35 units. Set. Takeoff briefing. Pax auto bleeds on. V speeds are set for departure 27, 28, 32 on the MCP. The departure is the Ukira 3 Golf, which I'll bring up for you guys here. Climbing straight ahead to Roven, max 220, then BS 907, right to BS 908. Stop altitude is 9,000 feet, which is set on the MCP and the FMC. Here, we'll treat it as an NADP 2 departure, so I'll climb to 1,000 feet, and then we'll bug up and accelerate the aircraft and clean up, and then we'll complete the after takeoff checklist. So that is reviewed. All passenger in the cabin is secure. Checks complete. Do miss having an EFB with all the charts there. But I know PMDG are in the process of making one. Sounds very good actually in the sort of cabin. Flap traction sounds very good. I have no idea if I'm in a straight. Yeah, it's quite hard to tell. Now it looks like the ground traffic's utilising the other taxiway now. Flight sim, can you speak Thai language? I can't. Is backtracking still 30 knots? No, you can actually go much quicker if you want backtracking. I generally keep it to like 35, 40 knots. I don't want to go much faster than that. It's so cool just to be in Thailand. Never been here before. Enjoyed the scenery, although it's a bit cloudy. We'll take Echo 2 intersection as well. Lights on, which we've got in our lineup clearance. There we are. There's the knock air taking off, so we'll do that. Water throttle LNAV, transponder to TARA, and the weather radar, which doesn't work, but we'll turn it on anyway for realism's sake. So MCP is set, transponder, TARA, strobe lights are on, and landing lights are on. Cleared takeoff. Checks complete. Let's go to Phuket. You only need to know 2 words. Sawadi Krub and... I beg your pardon. Kob Kun Krub. Oh, no, I can't pronounce those. They're too difficult for me. SA did HC assign a code of 2000. That's sort of like the IFR on stand squawk 2000. But PMDG defaulted to 1234 for some reason. I don't know why. Anyway, Toga's in chat. Yoke cam is on. Would love a tiller. I've overshot the centre line there slightly, or massively. Ground movement is a little funky in this sim. Let's start timing. 40%. It's not taking too long to set that, so looking good. Stabilised. Toga, set takeoff thrust. I've got a master caution, so stop. What on earth is that? Flaps to 40.
Suvarnabhumi traffic, Thai Asia.
PMDG, this is not a thing. They're obsessed with this left overwing, right overwing exit thing. It is not a thing. In 5,000 hours, I've never seen this. They've got this thing that when you advance thrust levers, basically what happens is on the overwing doors, you get the left and right overwing locks come in, and this basically does not happen. Just do that, it gets rid of it, which is the lock coming in. It's a PMDG thing. Anyway, flaps back to 5. In reality, we would vacate the runway and form ATC. What the problem is, we'd have to file a report, as why we'd stop. But yeah, PMDG need to get rid of that. I think it was an issue on earlier NGs, but I've never seen that happen in the real thing, but it's always had in here. Right, let's go. 40%. Flaps to 5. I'll just wait until we get the green light. Now we are stabilised. Set takeoff thrust. That's better. So remember, if we get a master caution below 80 knots, we'll stop. Above 80, we only reject for fire. Fire warning, engine failure, predictive windshield warning.
Suvarnabhumi traffic, Thai Asia
I think the airplanes are safe
4112,
unable to
lining
fly.
up runway 19 right behind
Checked.
departing Alpaca 737.
Alpaca 14 Tango, lever rolling. Forgot to say that. Anyway, 80 knots checked.
Lead 1
Hands off the thrust levers, rotates. Nice. A little bit of a dead band as well, which is good. Airborne.
Bangkok traffic, Alpaca
Gears
5
up.
Shark, lining up 01 right.
This thing doesn't work, unfortunately. I've tried configuring it earlier and reverse thrust. Feels good, nice in trim. There's a speed trim system which still runs away. Someone just basically told me just trim once and it stops the audio. Still trimming though. I'm not trimming at all, guys, so bug up. Yeah, they still haven't fixed this audio thing, but if you trim look once, just do that, it shuts it up. It's like a runaway stabilizer trim. Flat swap. And flaps up. Stop trying to trim. But it's looking good. Flight director commands look good. Again, they need to just disable this speed trim system until they can sort of get it to work in a realistic way. There we are. Anyway, flaps up, no lights. We'll go VNAV. The aircraft's accelerated to 220, which is the maximum speed for that initial turn. Need to turn up the lighting. It's handling very nicely. It does feel good. Lighting is really, really spot on there. That's that initial turn. Accelerating to 250 now. A little bit of light turbulence.
Bangkok traffic, Alpaca 5 Yankee,
That's
airborne
250.
passing 1,000 feet, departing on UN
Yeah,
Chris
to be fair, the
Kilo
inputs
departure.
are good. Feels nice. In pitch and roll.
Suvarnabhumi,
Yeah, that's
Suvarnabhumi
nice.
traffic, Thai Asia 4112, departing immediately runway
So,
19
Command A.
right.
And we can now completely have to take off checklist. Gears off, water brakes off. Well, imagine we cleared up to our cruise level, which is at 360, so I'll set that now. There's no ATC, so that's set, and we'll push out at events. Set standards. We'll finish have to take off checks. So, air conditioning and pressurization 2.9, climbing, auto. Temperatures are good. Getting a little bit cooler actually, as it is warm out there. Set. Release the crew. There we are. Standard set 75360 after takeoff checklist complete. Beautiful! See you later, Bangkok.
Previous station, static only, no voice.
Look at it flapping its wings. Yeah, it seems to have calmed down a little bit, but it does have a little bit of excessive shaking. Very disappointing, the Thrustmaster Binding throttles don't have an actual flap lever. They do Sim 737 pilot you, but you have to choose between either a speed brake or the flap lever. because the flap lever doesn't have increments, I prefer to have the speed brake lever and just have the buttons to assign the flaps. There we are, passing 106.360. Let's do the pre-cruise checks. Fuel, 4 pumps. Wings are balanced, 2.9 either side, arriving with 3.9, which is good. Lights coming off. AP verifiers off. Pressurization, 4.2, climbing, and set. Release passengers, nice and smooth for now. Recall. There we are, pre-cruise checks complete. Well, inbound BS 908. Then we have Salama. There's our knock air above us, climbing at around the same rate. Looking good. And where are we flying over today? This is where my lack of geography comes in. I'm happy with the chart now. So, along the east coast of Thailand, basically. All the way here. Then directly overhead Surat Thani, which is our alternate. And there is Phuket, expecting runway 27. Carl Summers, nice takeoff. Good friend of mine just flew his first 121 revenue flight today. Fun bit of news, that's cool. That sounds FAA, isn't that part F something or that American? When you get 1500 hours, not so sure. Hi, Reese W says hello. Hope you're doing well, Andrew B as well. Excellent. Listener, would you look on the trim indicator once it starts this never-ending trim noise? Yeah, so I've seen it now. I saw it on the test sector. Basically, it's sort of going. Let me just disconnect the autopilot. It's just sort of doing this, like back and forth, like this. It sort of like bugs out. So I'd say because there's no feedback or feel on any peripherals, just don't have a speed trim system. I know it's a system in real life. How it works is when you have high thrust after COG, it sort of trims against you, so it gives you a bit more of a positive force on the control column. We always usually trim against it. It's no use in a desktop sim. I mean, it'd be cool to have. It's cool to have model, but if you want to replicate trying to model it, make sure it doesn't. Make sure it works. Karim Bizid, any ideas why flat 40 after rejected? Let's see if anyone can answer that. Yeah, list them in. It's for evacuation, so people can slide down the flaps on the overwing. Absolutely, we do it for all RTOs, regardless. It's the same procedure. So we close the thrust levers, disconnect the auto throttle. I was a little non-standard there. I meant to then extend the speed brake, select reverse thrust, but I have to select F2 on the keyboard. It's a far more instinctive thing when you're sat in the real aircraft. Select flat 40, set parking brake. FO contacts ATC as he acts as pilot monitoring at my operator on the ground, saying, Alpaca 14 Tango, Lima rejected, takeoff, standby. And then we'd assess the situation. Okay, oh look, it's the PMDG's overwing, sensitive overwing exit interlocks. We can taxi off, complete the QRH non-normal checklist. Do we need to return to stand? Do we need to continue? Or can we continue? And in that case, yes, we would have continued. But you'd usually get a PSEU light if you'd have any issues with the overwing exits like that. Wojtek landed runway 27. It'll be runway 27 in Phuket today. Carl, you're right, not everyone is under the FAA lol. First day as a line pilot with paying passengers. That's very cool. Tyson, runway 09 is better. Yes, I think everyone's been calling it the sort of same as what is it? The approaching the Caribbean, sort of over the beach. I always forget the name of the airport. But yeah, I think the wind today, having a look there in Phuket, to be fair, it's variable at 7, but it is forecast to be 260 and 15 gusting 25. And I'm guessing 27 is preferred because it's where the ILS is. But I might be wrong on that one. Thanks, actually, St. Martin. That's the one I was looking for. Saran Aviation, is it true the weather radar works on this? Negative, but that is a Microsoft Flight Sim issue. In fact, I like the fact that PMDG said in-op, C-Tech log. So yes, weather radar. We wouldn't be going flying today, based off the forecast weather. CB's en route. So far, so good. ETA touchdown is 5:50, so about 50 minutes from now. Now time 23:58. Yeah, 1 minute to midnight now. 2 minutes to midnight. Awesome. Sim 737 pilot is chic filet in Thailand. Wondering because I'm running out for lunch. What is that? I've heard of that. I've no idea. Aaron, what exactly is the point of the speed trim system? Why would you want that positive effect? So, I'll try my absolute best to answer this here. Basically, when you're hand flying the aeroplane, it trims in the opposite direction you want it to trim, to sort of give you sort of allows you to make it feel like you're flying the aeroplane. It's really hard to understand, but basically, or to explain, it activates when you're high thrust, after CFG, you know, it's typically on takeoff and go arounds, and basically this forces the nose up. Aircraft wants to nose up in these situations with the thrust vector being under the COG, and what the speed trim system does, it trims in the opposite sense. Okay, so it will actually command a trim nose down. Will actually increase the force because the aircraft wants to come up. So basically, you're having to pitch up more, which is what you need to do because the nose is going up. It sort of makes it feel like it's natural. So typically when it's doing it, you know, you want the aircraft to be in trim at all times, so you add all this thrust, the nose comes up naturally. What the speed trim system does, actually trims nose down to make the bit heavy on the controls. So it sort of makes it feel like, because you're going up, you're actually pitching up. It's sort of to give the controls a bit more representative feel of what's actually happening to the aircraft there. But you can, as soon as you trim nose up or nose down, it overrides straight away. But because you don't have any feel throughout any third peripherals, it's not really a system that can be modelled in an accurate way. You know, because it's very much based on input and feel as to regards to what you want to do with it. But yeah, if they can get it working, I suppose it would be quite nice. It's not, no, MCAS is very different, CH. MCAS basically, it's to help assist lower the nose in stall recovery, but it isn't a stall recovery system. It's basically to aid with control input. It's a completely different system. Essentially 1930s technology, as if he wanted to say 60s technology. Not too far off. Hi Richard Reed, hope you're doing well. Nice of you to pop in. Andrew B, thanks for popping in as well. He's got to go off to work. Tom Hayes Cats, why am I getting a top of descent before top of climb? Not so sure. Just check your cruise level. We've got about a 100-mile stint in the cruise for us. Have a look outside here. There is the coast of Thailand. Nice chance. Beautiful. Why can't you set reverse thrust Works fine on my Thrustmaster yoke. What button did you have it set to? Have you got it set to your throttle quadrant there, LS YouTube? I had it set to reverse hold. I tried all of them, but it just didn't seem to activate. So I'm having to use F2. Same with the gear lever. I can't get the gear. I've tried all the settings to the gear, so I'm just using the G button. Now it is okay. Paul Emerson, what's the news about Doncaster Sheffield Airport? Didn't know anything about Doncaster Sheffield. Richard, is the PMDG as real as you like it, sir? No desktop simulator is going to be exactly as close to the real thing as to the real thing. But yeah, the PMDG has done an amazing job. But essentially, I feel it's the same product. It's just been rehashed into Microsoft Flight Simulator. I mean, don't get me wrong, the old product is not a bad aircraft. It's great. It's really good. But issues which were in the previous versions are still very much apparent here. You know, the magenta line moves. It can't maintain altitude in turns when you're configured. I mean, I was doing it practicing a test sector earlier, and I was in vertical speed, and I got it to turn onto final, and I set the vertical speed for 250 feet per minute, and it was doing 1500, and it stayed there for about 10 seconds. So it just needs tweaking still. For me, I know they've denied it, but for me it's more of a port than a new product. But like I said, their old product's not bad, but I wish they'd reviewed or revised some of the features. The good news is I think they've got a new LNAV coming, and they are really keeping up with updates. So there's updates that have come out and fixed some of the little issues there. I was looking at the release notes there. So things like they had incorrect FMA enunciations in VNAV, stuff like that. CH4ROL972, what does it mean? The Zulu near the ETA waypoint on the NT, so that all time is reference to Zulu all over the world. So we're not live time at the moment. Right now on Earth it is 17:05 Zulu. We are 0505 Zulu because I like to stream during the day so we can enjoy the scenery and the approach. So I generally stream 12 hours behind live time in these parts of the world. Sometimes we do night flights and live time flights. I always fly in live weather. So yeah, that's what that's referring to. By my terms, reverse three levers can be set up using decreased throttle commands for an on press on throttle cut on release. Okay, I think I need to sit down and have a play. I did do that earlier, and I was like, right, let's get this gear lever and thrust lever, reverse thrust set up in the PMDG. I tried loads of different settings. I watched videos on YouTube, and I saw other people having issues on forum posts, so I just thought, wow, I'll try again at a time. Harrison, can you fly underwater? Not going to test that theory yet. Performance is very good though, very representative at high altitude here. See, it's a lot less dense. We'll do a fuel check at Ukera, which is pretty much at top of climb there. John Padfield flew a Satan VR the other day, gave me a good idea of just how small the flight deck in the 7.3 is. It is small, it is tight. Oh dear! So, Doncaster Sheffield, the owners say Robin Hood Airport is no longer commercially viable. I mean, who's actually using it now? Is it, Wizz Air? I think Wizz Air used that primarily, and TUI. I don't even know Ryanair flying to Doncaster Sheffield. Now we are, overhead that waypoint at Ukira, inbound to Menix. Let's do a fuel check at top of climb here. So there's the waypoint, Ukera. Should have been here after 19 minutes. We've been airborne now for 20, so that's looking close enough. We also have here 4.8 tons of fuel. We should have 3.6, remember we took extra fuel, so that makes sense. And used 1700 kilos, 1679. So we burned pretty much exactly what's expected on the flight plan, so looking good. Happy with that. Top descent is 144 miles away, so 20 minutes. We'll start setting in the approach in 5 minutes. Hello, hey Fred. Inkia, what live weather program do you use? I'm just using Microsoft Flight Simulator's live weather. A lot of comments actually came in from the last stream we did Microsoft Flight Simulator, or the last stream we actually did together in the 146, and it's one thing I noted, wind modelling in Microsoft Flight Simulator is certainly not modelling variable winds or gusts very well. We landed in Wellington, it was like 35 knots, gusting up to 50 at 2,000 feet, and it was if obviously the steady wind component was there, our ground speed was much slower, but it was like we were flying in variable wind, light variable winds. The aircraft just didn't move at all. We had a lot of undulating terrain, which I swear on earlier builds they even did a preview of how the terrain affects wind and things like that, and I certainly remember seeing that in previous streams. But yeah, that hopefully SU-10 will address some of the lack of, let's say, turbulence or gusts of wind, which is they're just non-existent at the moment in the sim. Wait Vortex, the actions by Wizz to sacrifice its base at Doncaster to shore up its business opportunities at other bases in the south of England are a significant blow for that airport. Oh, so Wizz Air pulled out, and I should think Wizz Air were a huge portion of their traffic there. Domino Mosina, Captain, have you ever heard pilots meowing on any of the frequencies? I have. It's yeah, it's not on. I mean, it's just childish. You know, I hear it. You hear it sometimes, and they're trying to provoke a reaction. I don't know if they're bored or something like that. And then they often get a provocation. You know, someone will say, you know, grub, as they should, and then they usually go, oh, there he is, all this sort of stuff. It's well known. But yeah, it's just immature and childish, because this frequency is there to not be used. Because it's there for if someone needs it in a distress situation. So if you're being a prat on that frequency, making stupid noises or whatever, there you go. Yeah, I have heard it, and other things. Wojtek, 7 months of member, thanks buddy. Sim Update 10 is reworking the weather completely. Gusts, etc. Other weather providers are not available. Brilliant. That's good news. That's good news. You just ignore it. You get people on guard that do go, you know, you're on guard and all sorts of stuff. You just like, whatever. You just ignore it. CL, I have a PC with high-end components from the past couple of years on Parview, but I haven't tweaked FS to be as smooth as you can get. Do you mind posting graphics settings somewhere? So I have everything CL high-end. I know there's a higher setting called Ultra, but for me, high-end provides a stunning visual experience along with excellent performance. I am rock solid at 60 FPS, and I think the PMDG is actually very FPS friendly. Runs very smoothly on my PC. I think I'm just panning around here just demonstrating how smooth it should be. So yeah, everything on high end, and that's it. I'm not changed anything else. Streamer look changing the views here. So tomorrow's my last day off. I'm busy tomorrow. I'm just doing some things around my house I moved into to clean out the garage. It's very dusty. Any advice, actually, guys? Also, I've got a lot of people here. I've got a garage, a little single garage, and it's very dusty in there. The bricks on the wall, the floor, and I bought some sealant, concrete sealant, but I need to clean out the dust first. Every time I brush it, it just spreads dust around. You end up choking, getting it in your eyes. Would you just recommend hosing it out multiple times, or maybe just scrubbing the floor before I put the sealant on? There's been lots of things online here. I don't want to, you know, I'm renting. I don't want to basically spruce up the garage too much. I just want to basically get as much dust out, seal it, and then put a seal on the garage door floor and between the door, just minimise the thing. I've got a jump pad, need a builder's hoover. I've got a wet dry vac. I've got a Wix wet dry vac. Other hardware stores are available. Only cost you 35 quid. I've had it for years, but that's pretty good. But doesn't that just blow dust around, or will that actually do quite a good job getting all the dust off? And just get a floor brush, scrub it, wash it off with a hose. Okay. I've done that before. I have hosed it, but it just seems to not have gotten rid of any dust. Mask up, get a leaf blower, annoying the neighbours. Unbelievable 2 tons. Hose or pressure washer, I did mine. I've got a Karcher washer, and I've also got that patio Kircher, so whatever the German yellow thing is. I've also got the patio cleaner, which is like the rotary spinner thing, so I could use that. That's more like getting dirt and grime off, which there isn't any, it's just dust. I used to leaf blow on a damn PC instant results. But yeah, Romulus, thanks for your message as well. I might get those tiles after I've sealed it, because I said I can move them with me when I do get a house. Karcher, yeah, I know Listerman, sorry, my German friend. There are other reputable water-based products as well. Fezzy, hi Skipper, considering doing my pilot training next year or so, would you say my chance of getting a job at 42 years of age is pretty slim? It's very, it's older than most Fezzy.
Approaching minimums.
When I did my training 12, 13 years ago, there was someone in his late 30s, early 40s, and he's now, he was a captain for EasyJet now. So it is doable. I can't give you odds or say what your chance is. I really don't know. But if you've got the license, there's nothing I'd say as well as a recruiter to not recruit you there. So really best look online for that one. Hi Cap, love streams, quick one. Were you retrained at your operator on the MCAS system after the unfortunate MAX 8 incidences? Not invasive, I hope. Not at all, Eddie. That's a normal question to ask. I'm not going to delve deeply into it. But yes, I did the initial conversion course, which didn't mention MCAS. Obviously, everyone's aware of what happened with the MAX. And then we did the new training, which went into a lot of detail about MCAS. And on top of that, my operator did additional sim training where we saw how MCAS worked in all different situations. And now I'm very confident in saying that it won't do what it did in the past. There's a lot of preventative measures in place now. So, yeah, we've been retrained on that area. I've not flown the MAX yet. My operator does have them. Very excited to fly it, and hopefully in the not too distant future I will do. And everything I've heard about it is very positive. Far smoother. The engine's basically just
minimums.
You know,
Approaching minimums.
sip fuel, very efficient. But the NG is a little bit louder, a little bit vibrates a bit more with engine changes. I've heard it's super smooth. Jay, welcome aboard as a member. Glad you're enjoying the content. You get invited to our members only Discord. Hope you enjoy using the customers chat. Thank you very much indeed. I was just about to start the setup, but now I can see Piano Learner. Later stream, so I'll catch start later. Questions: have you ever had to declare a panel mayday? Have you ever had to request shorter routing or priority on approach due to low fuel? No and no. Thank you very much. Been very fortunate with that one. I've been close to having to declare minimum fuel. We took standard fuel one day and we had to hold because the airport was closed. The light aircraft had become disabled there. We were told there'd be an estimated approach time. Then they opened it and we're a little bit late on there. We thought, right, if we don't get an approach in the next 10 minutes, we'll have to declare minimum fuel because we committed to our destination because it had 2 runways. So yeah, we got in there, but that's PAN isn't associated with minimum fuel call. If you get less than 30 minutes of fuel remaining, that's a mayday. But thank you very much, good question. Right, anyway, let's now get everything set up here for the approach. So we'll hand over control to Jim. Let's have a look at the operational flight plan. Lovely Phuket scenery from Orbex. So 250 below 100. Execute forecast. Winds are 310, 200 and 100. 057 is 16. 200 is 029 is 6. And 100 is 287 at 19. That's executed. Just check the METAR here for Phuket. Right now it is variable 9 knots, so but forecast is still westerly, so we'll plan on runway 27. It's 28 degrees, nice and toasty. Bear in mind we're live weather at the moment. It's midnight here in Phuket, so live weather 28 degrees at midnight, lovely. 1008, fixed wings for runway 27. 10. I see Fly Live stopped working. Great, so let me just reset Fly Live. It just has a little bit of a moment sometimes. My test sectors earlier, it worked perfectly. There we are. There we go, should be updated now. Well, we're cruising at 36,000 feet, so slash 108 should be roughly where top descent is. Let's have a look at Navigraph. Thailand, where nobody sleeps, it's just sweating in darkness. I wonder what the humidity is. But there we are, routing. There is planet Earth. First ever domestic sector in Thailand. Super cool. Who saw the pictures released by James Webb Telescope at NASA? Amazing. I watched, I think it's Dr. Becky's video on it, reaction video. Fascinating. I don't know anything about it, but I find it all the same fascinating. They can use it was the bending of gravity and light. They could see past large bodies. It was absolutely incredible. Flight plan on the screen. Sorry, I was just a bit amazed by everything there. Yeah, so here's the arrival. Let's pin that. Which ones have we got here? Many arrivals. There for 09. This is the one for 27. Fly the ILS. Airport. Parking info. There we go. So, into the FMS we go. Let's find the beginning of the arrival, which is Savsa. Select plan here. Zoom on in. I'll get it all in view for you. So that's the beginning of the arrival at Savsa. That's to be at below 10,000 feet. The transition level here is quite high, 130. So we just go to the descent page forecast. Update that to 130. That ensures that altitudes and flight levels appear correctly on the legs page. There you go, now you can see 10,000 feet instead of flight level 100. From Southford we're going to route direct to Stone. Stone is max 230, so again they don't seem to default to at or below speeds. It should be 230 below here at Stone. Then it's to Cider, again 230 below. And Baron is here max 200, so again we're going to put 200 or below here. So it's an RNAV arrival, nice and simple. MSA, highest terrain here is for north, 4,500 feet. All these restrictions ensure that we stay well clear of terrain. There's holding over Stone and Baron if it's busy. From Baron, connect to the intermediate fix of the ILS or VOR Zulu or on RNAV approach. So we've connected to the intermediate fix, we've set to fix 27 there, so we've done it as complied on the chart there. That's it. Approach ILS 27. There we go. So coming in from Cider, we're going to route direct to Baron, which is on the extended centre line here, then to the centre fix. Centre fix is 2,500. So there's Baron 3,000 and centre fix 2,500, CI27. There's no DME, I don't think, here. It's just localizer only. Unusually, it's an offset localizer. Look, 1.4 degrees. So the runway QDM, I think, is. Let's have a look here. It's 265, but the course is 267, so it's a couple of degrees there difference. Going then to the final approach fix, which is at 7 DME, and that's FI27 2000, which checks. And it's down to 3.2 degree ILS. And again, they don't ever seem to show here the glide path. It should say here 3.2, 3.2 representing the glide path here. So the glide path might differ. I guess Orbex have modelled the fact it's slightly steeper. Pappy's both sides anyway, but let's get the courses and minimum sets. So 1099 for the ILS. Box 1. Box 2. VOR, Phuket VOR 16.9. 16. There we go. Minimums. Now, because it's offset, that's probably why we don't have the 550 metres RVR. It's actually a lot higher. Look, 1800 metres is the visibility requirement. But it's forecast to be 10k, and they've got 3000 metres later on tonight. But that's still, again, more than enough we need. So 1800 minimums, 540. Just get rid of that for a second. 540. There we go. Frequencies, courses, minimums, rules set then. Accept the courses, sorry, 267. 267. Cool. Say we've discussed. Down we go. Approach is all done. Oh yeah, missed approach we had to discuss though. Have to go around, it'll be Toga. Cool, go around, flat 15, set ground thrust with a positive rate of climb. We'll raise the landing gear, 400 feet to engage LNAV. We'll climb straight ahead to 2,500 feet. 2,500 feet. Make a right turn, direct to the 7 DME Papa Uniform Tango point, and hold as directed all by ATC. So that's actually the Foxtrot India point here. So what we'll probably do is just put ourselves on a heading if we have to go around and fly a second approach. Excellent. Fuel 3.9. We need 2.3 for our alternate, which is Surat Thani pronunciation. That's over 30 minutes there. We're going to burn 400 kilos before we land. Landing weight will be 55.1. No performance EFB here, anything like that. So runway 27, 3,000 metres. We'll plan to vacate an Echo, so around 2,000 metres. This approach speed in 700, 130, auto brake 2. Easily should be sufficient for Echo, and we can brake manually. We'll vacate Echo. I can't check extreme. Listen to this, guys. Feel like I shouldn't be talking loudly. He's fast asleep. His eyes are all. He's in REM sleep. He's obviously seen a cat or something in his dream. Vacating Echo. We'll take one of the first stands here. I'll probably take an airbridge. We'll just take any. If there's ATC, he can direct us. But I don't think we're going to have any today, guys. So that's it. Oh, look at that for timing. Briefing complete, reset MCP altitude, so what we'll do, we'll step down to our first restriction, which is 10,000 feet. I'll just set flight level 100 here, and VNAV will commence descent automatically. Top of descent, ladies and gentlemen, in chat. Lovely flight time. This is a perfect flight time for 2 seconds a day. Lovely Mr. Fart Sniffer. 737 has a PTU now. Unbelievable. Sounds like a dog having. Yep, I read that. Jack having dreams. He is. He's so cute. He's fast asleep. Down we go. Let's have a little look outside. Oops.
Minimums, approaching minimums.
Mount 51, 15 months as a member, utilising his emojis there with his monthly members comments. Thank you very much, buddy. Top of descents everywhere. There he goes. So target speed in descent here is 775 initially, then 273. That's exactly what it was for cost index 16. We convert to 273 knots. John Stewart just got to know I can't become a pilot due to colour blindness. Oh man, sorry bud. It's been my dream since I started school. Guess I'm sticking to flight simming for a couple of years more. Well, I'm really sorry to hear that, man. Really sorry. I mean, you know, it's just one of those things, and I really hope that you still enjoy and get satisfaction out of flight simming. You know, I still certainly do, and I get to fly the bloody thing. But yeah, enjoy simming still. I hope you get it all sorted. Or get yourself sorted. Luke Dunkley, how did the aircraft know what percentage to use for go-around thrust? Is this decided when selecting the approach or set up manually? So the EEC will determine the go-around thrust. If you go to N1 limit, you'll see it's saying go-around thrust right now, based off the external conditions. It'll calculate everything for you. Is 97.4%. If the FMC doesn't work, we have tables we can access to work out full go-around thrust as well. So you can see it's constantly changing and being updated. And don't forget, this is full go-around thrust. That's 2 pushes of toga for a go-around. Typically we'd set reduced go-around thrust, which is a thrust setting which maintains a climb rate of around 1,000 to 2,000 feet per minute, or that's what the flight directors will command. If the auto throttle's disconnected, you do have to set that manually. Right, smidge of anti-ice on.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Aww. Thank you very much, Eddie Mambo. That's very kind of you, sir.
Tritos for the goodest boy.
Thank you very much, Eddie. Appreciate it, buddy. Tritos for the goodest boy. I can't say his name because he'll wake up. He's absolutely... He's like half on his bed, half on the floor. He's very content here. I'm taking for a long walk in the morning. That's my last day tomorrow, so I'm on early, so I'll be getting up quite early. And yeah, I'll be exploring some of the new walks around my new place, loads of places. I did not know that. Pro tip. Pressing space and that I did not know. Thank you. Frezzy, what sort of costs are now involved to gain your ATPL with a training company? Oh, Frezzy, it really depends on how you do it. Integrated training, I should think, is approaching a 6-figure sum now. But modular training, which is something I'd recommend, I think you can do probably around £60,000 to £70,000. I really don't know now. Anyway, just keeping a close eye on traffic ahead. Obviously going into Phuket as well. 5 miles, so what I might do is, well, actually, just say drag required, so I'm going to use speed brake just to get back to our target speed. It happens in the real aircraft sometimes. Remember, we're following a vertical profile. VNAV doesn't care in path at this stage about its speed. Hey, Anon, 7 months a member. Hi, boss, just made it in from work. It's mental at the moment. Shame to miss the majority of the stream, but so great to have the king flights back across. I would certainly not say that. Very kind of you. Well, you're lucky in a way. The stream was 1 hour late starting because I nearly broke my entire PC, but all good now. Thank you very much for your continued support, Anon. Good to see you back in chat. Hope you had a good day. Maze, do training programs typically ask if you want to learn Boeing or Airbus? No, but I think the syllabus might have changed. When I did my syllabus, it was all based off the 737-400, so when you learned about systems and things like that. But I think now they sort of do incorporate Airbus into that. It's very much Maze that the airline puts you where they need you. Have you seen the Mentor video covering the murder accident? Oh, that's still Patrick. I haven't. Hey, Dave Hagen, hope you're doing well, buddy. So what I'm actually going to do, I'm going to reduce my descent speed to 250 knots. The reason being that traffic ahead is a little fast. So what we'll do for 250, that's going to put me high on profile. It's got to VNAV speed, which is... Actually, that's sort of like an update. They've sort of got like half of the modern updates now. So if I go VNAV speed, open the speed window. Just want to see what happens here. I'm going to bug 290 knots now. Actually, no, hold on. I want to do 250. I'm going to use 250 speed brake, and that'll be the best way to get back into profile because I want to slow down here. The syllabus has dropped percentages all over Europe. We also decided to mix subjects. Oh, wonderful. Well, Brexit in the UK has a lot to blame with a lot of things at the moment. There we are, so 250 speed brake, that will slowly bring the profile back, and it will just ensure there's sufficient spacing between ourselves and the Knock Air 73 ahead. John, you need to go back in time to your Concorde type rating. I think the Concorde type rating was long as well. In my head, I think 9 months. So it was a really long type rating. 7.3, it's a month and a half, 2 months. It's actually nice around here. Just rain over there. So profile's slowly coming in. We should make the 10,000 feet restriction. We'll set the local QNH soon. And I'm glad to got it working now. I'll do a restart the stream. Well, thankfully I hadn't started streaming, but essentially what I did, if you missed it at the start, the app data Windows folder I'd accidentally made read-only, and basically none of the programs could open. It came up with script failures, so Discord didn't work, Chrome couldn't work, it forgot all my login details. I royally screwed it up. I use stronger language, but this is a family-friendly stream. But it seems to all be working now. Do you have any experience performing the manual Dutch roll counter maneuver? Absolutely not, Agoston. My goodness. I would ever want to experience that. I didn't, Wojtek, I didn't mean to mess around with permissions. I accidentally dragged it and started copying all these folders across because I was accessing, I think it was the panel states. Oh guys, can you remind me when we turn final to start the replay recorder? Remind me to start the replay recorder. Fabio Merlo from the Flight Control Replay add-on sent me over his replay tool, which I think other streamers are using. I think I'm doing it correctly. I'm working it all fine. When I do start the replay though, it freezes the sim for about 5 seconds, which isn't great for that sim, but it does seem to keep you online. Unless I did email him to ask if there's something I'm doing wrong, but I think it might just be a limitation in sim. Anyway, yeah, VNAV speed. This should go to FMC speed now, but it hasn't. So I'm going to go back to path and then back to ARM now. I think they're using like an old version of the FMS logic. Engine anti-ice can come off of those one. There we are, approaching Savsa. We'll set the local QNH now. 1008. So it shouldn't do that. You see how I changed the QNH and it's completely changed the vertical profile? It shouldn't do that because I preset the QNH here, so it should be perfectly on profile. Bit of a funny one there. If top of descent is missed for some reason, speed brakes are the only way to catch up to the correct profile. The best thing to do, NKO-san, is increase your indicated airspeed, because you then not only recapture your profile, you're increasing parasitic drag, so it's more efficient to do that. The only issue is if you're speed control, or in this case I want to keep the speed below 250 knots to ensure there's sufficient spacing. I use speed brake there. Speed brake isn't the... this aircraft has an extremely clean wing, so the speed brake isn't hugely effective. It's fine above 250 knots, but when you're sort of flying around 220 or less, the speed brake isn't very effective at all. You might get 200 or 300 extra feet per minute. Wojtek, who does your who does your alignment rights? What's this? What was the message in the FMC? I think that was the engine anti-ice one. Let's put the seatbelt sign on. Ditch the music for now as we get on to the approach phase. So that traffic, I think he's around 10 miles ahead. He was 5, well he's about 8, 9 now, so we'll keep a close eye on him. We'll set the local, oh no, we've done the QNH now. 1007 is updated now. Massive Nerd, when you first thought about becoming an airline pilot, did you want to fly Boeing, Airbus, or did you have no preference? I did want to fly Boeing, but I would have flown anything after flight training school, as anyone would have. So I just chose to fly the 7-3, go for a 7-3 operator.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Thank you very much, Anson Galloway, for your red thumbs up. Appreciate it, buddy. Hope you're doing well, and I appreciate the generosity show. Thank you. Lost Trucker, so how long have you been in 737 as Captain FO? Captain 3.5 years, so an FO 6.5. During the time as an FO, I was so we called an SFI, so I was an instructor, so I taught type rating, conducted 6 monthly training sessions, not checks, I'm not TRE, but yeah, been flying the 73 for 11 years now. Right, 10,000 feet restrictions coming up. We're now going to descend to 8,000 feet. This, I think this profile keeps us, what are we here, 4, 8, 12, maybe a little bit below profile with these restrictions, but we'll set 8,000 here, just want to see what VNav does. Speed's good so far. Traffic's getting a little closer again, so hopefully it won't go too slow. So we're going FMC speeds. And we're now doing about 1,500 feet per minute. Interesting. Now best do the post-cruise checks. Fuel, 4 pumps. We have a little under 4 tons lights, fixed internal flights on, angular bank 25 degrees, pressurization 3.0 and set, verify seatbelts on, recall. Now post cruise checks complete. So we've got 8,000 feet and the decel point for Stone. Remember the Stone speed restriction was 230 knots. The decel point is very close to Stone. I'd be surprised. I'd expect it to be probably half or twice the distance away. It seems to be very close to that 230 knot restriction. We'll keep an eye on it. Overall, quite good though. And after Stone, we can step down to 5,000 feet for Cider. So it's adding thrust now. So we've gone to FMC speed, even though it's showing on profile. Should be idle thrust. So this is a thing I've noted with all of the PMDG streams I've done so far. When you start getting into the approach phase, VNav no longer does an idle path descent. It just sort of does a shallow, on profile, the whole time descent at about 1,300 feet per minute or 1,000 feet per minute. It's showing on profile because look, we're way below the 8,000 feet, which is the minimum altitude there. So yeah. There we go, it's gone back to arm now, and then look, it's trying to make the 230 knot speed restrictions, which is hopefully going to start coming back here. So yeah, I'm going to have to use speed brake there, I think. Yeah, because I don't want to get close to this guy, so we'll use speed brake just to help out. Look at this scenery though. I don't know much about Phuket. I know it's a popular holiday destination. Still got the speed brake extended. Which view are we going for? There we are. So yeah, thrust is coming up now, so we'll stow that. Where's that for stowing? That way. So yeah, it seems to stay on FMC speed now, that's okay. We want to be on arm ideally. But looking good. Guys, if you just joined, we're in the descent into Phuket on a long base leg. Aircraft's 5 miles ahead of us. I don't know if we can actually see him if we look out the window. Not quite. So after Cider, we can step down to 3,000 feet. Approaching 1 mile Cider with visuals. I'll set 3,000. The next decel point is for the upspeed, but again, the decel points are very late. So I might just slow down a little bit earlier. And if we're on path, what it should do now, it should go to FMC speed. But we're staying in arm for some reason. I think this is the old VNAV speed logic. I'm operator, we get FMC speed now, and the aircraft would stay in path if it was on path, but it's reverted to speed for some reason. So I'm just going to bring it back manually. Don't worry about the VNAV profile so much. So approach check. So we do actually have DME now. India Papa Kilo Tango. So frequencies 1099, 1099. Fixed rings 27104. Standby instruments. Set. We've got the idents. India Papa Kilo Tango. India Papa Kilo Tango checks. Courses are set. Approach checks complete. Sleep brake is still stowed. So I'm going to select flap 1 now. Look at 180 knots. Recommended speed on base leg. Staying at VNAV speed, so I'm going to go level change now. That profile will come back. Scenery's gorgeous. Now at 180 knots, I'll go flap 5. Don't have any glide slope information. I've got the MPS scales here. There we are. You just can't teach it. You just can't take it. So this is one of the problems with now. I'll see you here. I'll set vertical speed 1500. Now the real aircraft, it should lock onto this. And look, you just notice as we turn, the vertical speed changes slightly. So it's going to like 1300. It's a little bit. It does struggle sometimes to maintain vertical speed. This aircraft when configured and turning. So 1200, 11, now you look at it, it's doing 1000, it should be locked on at 1500 here during the turn. The autopilot's very good at ensuring that you get the commanded vertical speeds. Oh, thanks! Yeah, recorder, thank you. So, excuse me, I'll set it up now. And we get a little bit of a freeze when I turn this on. So, recording now. Oh god, record. I need to save where I need to save. I need to save where I need to save it. It's a bit of a pain. Replay folder. Okay, we'll call it approach 1. Save. Okay, there's the sim frozen. Sim's frozen. It takes about 5-6 seconds. Yeah, and there we are. We're unfrozen now. Outer quiet. We can set 2,500 vertical speed. Armour Vorlock initially. Localizer capture, runway heading 267 set. Don't save it in app data. Unbelievable, John. Thanks, Flaps, as well, for your continued support. So, yeah, oops. This is where VNAV gets a bit wonky. Look, it shows me perfectly on profile, or 80 feet off profile, but we're about a couple hundred feet off there. Phuket traffic Alpaca 14 Tango Lima, localised established for ILS 27 at 11 miles. Doesn't seem to freeze the V1. Yeah, Aaron, could you ask? Could you drop him a DM? I'm guessing he's using the same one, or maybe I've not set up something properly. It's my first time using it as well. So vertical speed's doing as commanded. It's just arm approach now, 1 dot. There's the famous PMDG fixed ring swing.
Phuket traffic, Thai Asia 4112 on base leg for runway 27 Phuket.
There we are, outer quiet, oh, should get glide slope capture. There we are, glide slope capture, missed approach altitude was 3,000 feet, or was it 2.5? Oh no, it says 2.5 there, let me just double check the chart. My bad, 2,500 feet set, so low stop altitude, even with missed approach. So I'm going to start doing the flow for the landing, because I want to hand fly this. Speed brake. Armed. And we are recording, excellent. Is the thing where you cannot change anything on the aircraft after landing to save the replay? Yes, you have to reconfigure to have everything in the correct position, so if I put the flaps up, it'll be up on the replay. But what I'll do when I get on stand, I'll reconfigure. Right then, so webcam's up. Let's do the checks now, so we'll actually, you know what, let's have a bit of fun. Disconnect the autothrottle, disconnect the autopilot. Perfectly in trim, just check my thrust there. And we'll configure, gear down, flap 15, match speeds, start switch is continuous, recall checked, speed brake arm green light, landing gear, down 3 green, order brake is set to 2, holding on the flaps, flap 30 for landing, flap 30, match speed, we've got the wind from the west,
Thai Asia,
we'll add 6 knots to that.
on base for runway 27.
There's a little bit of balloon. That does feel nice actually with the flaps. So remember this localizer is offset by a couple of degrees. So the flight director roll guidance you want to sort of ignore when you get close to the runway because it's going to take you off it. So I'll probably recycle the flight directors.
Phuket traffic, Thai Asia
Which I still need to assign a command to,
4112
so I'm going to turn the
established
FOs off.
on the localizer for runway 27 Phuket.
Get your landing rate guesses in. I have the Fly Live landing rate calculator, which isn't as accurate. It's just basically your altimetry rate of descent, which isn't the best, but it gives you a rough idea of how smooth it was.
1,000.
Checked. Look at the vegetation down here as well. A bit of thrust here, just to get back on target speeds. Oh. Still looking at the fly directors, can't see the pappies yet. Looking good though. Yeah, I listed them. I don't know why they'd offset it by 2 degrees here. Probably those mountains on the left, but we're to the left of them. So no, that wouldn't make sense. There'd be a reason.
100.
Check. So I'm going to take them off now. See the flight directors commanding me right of centre line. So flight directors off. It actually handles really nice. Feels good. Continue. Can't see the pappies though. 3 reds there, I think. 2 reds, 2 whites there coming in. Back on target. Attitude and thrust is spot on for the 700. It's the lovely Orbeck scenery. Ooh, middle marker. Tad high. Watch that rate of descent. 2,000, no more.
40. 30.
Check.
20.
Close.
10.
Oh, it's very floaty. Right, we're down. Ooh, it's a bit firm. Right, speed breaks up. Oh, I'm going to have to use F2, guys. Reverses. We're decelerating. I think the speed brake came up. Not sure if it did. I'll do it manually then. Broke it 100. Auto brake 2 deceleration is very good. Very, very close to what it should be. 18 manual braking. Take the first exit here. That's full brakes there. 45 knots for the high speed. Cancelling reverse. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Phuket for the first ever time on a live stream. We've vacated. Now back on 14 Tango Lima to Phuket traffic, runway 27 vacated.
Asia 4122, established on the
I don't know if you heard me, but there we
are.
are. Excellent. So the speed brake. Flaps up. What was the rate? I can't see. It doesn't come up on my screen. Flaps coming up. Brake 2 off. We'll go park next to our Knock Air friends. Yeah, it handles all right. It handles all right. Transponder out off. Oops, no, we're already off. Continued ground traffic everywhere. So we're going to go next to
traffic up like a 5 Yankee, turn final island, 27.
Go for stand 6 here on the corner. What else do I need to do? That's off. That's set to 100. Stand 5. Set this to 3,100. Take the left turn here for stand 6. AP's coming up. Start switch is coming off. This can go to steady. And probes off. Engine number 2 coming on to stand. Ah! Oh, I've lost my. Oof! I just saved my wingtip. Don't know if this is designed for a 7.3, but I stopped a little bit short and I'm off the line. God, I need a lot of thrust there. There we go, that'll do. Excellent. Parking brake is set. We've got master caution E-leg. That will be associated with the engine shutdown. Source off. AP's on the plus. 2 blues and 1 red. Engine's dead. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Phuket. Seatbelt sign off. Open the isolation valve. Voice recorder. We don't have one. And when the N2 is below 20%, we then turn off the anti-coal light.
Thank you, fully established.
And we're here. Excellent. What a sector. We are on VATSIM, yes. It was minus 210 was the rate. Oh dear, oh dear. Not a butter. I think that would come up as a great landing maybe on VATSIM. Hello Jack, were you having the dreamies earlier? Brilliant. There's Nokia next to us as well. He followed all the way in. Would you like to do a second sector? Yeah, it's less than 2 hours. I'm trying to do both of them in under 4, so I'm feeling good. I'll have a later dinner tonight. Shouldn't you get a warning for probe heat off? I should do. Master caution. Should be anti-ice, yeah? It's there. Probably didn't flash up straight away. We did, so I didn't
please advise when runway vacated. Alpaca 50 Shanky.
Alpaca targeting aggressive expansion into faraway markets. I like it, said Black Doctor 08. Absolutely, we've got to always expand there. Hey, buddy. Do you want to say hello to the streamers? Come on then, up here. Up. Oh, yeah, now I can't reach my webcam command. There we go. Did you have nice dreamies? Yes, you did. Yes, you did. He's got a big chunk of sleep in his eyes. We're in Phuket today, virtually. In Phuket. Yes, sir. Anyway, jump on down then. Get down. Oh, try not to get tangled in the yoke. Right, anyway, I need to end this recording. So, stop recording. Done. So, what I need to do now is select the landing flap again to ensure it looks correct on the approach. I don't think the reversers appear or anything like that. But what's quite good is it saves a panel state for you in the PMDG automatically. So when you finish the replay, you can just reload the panel state of the aircraft as it was. So it automatically saves it, which is pretty cool. So you finish it around and you put it back where it was at the end of the replay, and then just load the panel state. It's exactly as it was, which is actually a nice touch there. Yes, so this is the first ever Microsoft Flight Simulator replay I've ever done on a live stream. You're so lucky, guys. Anyway, just get the flaps extended as well. There we are. Sound is perfect for the flap extension. We do this on stand if we realise we had a bird strike. Oh, I don't know what's happened to all the taxiway markings and apron. It just looks a bit like sand. There we go. We'll have a look at the Orbeck scenery when I get back as well. It's very nice. Flap extension is a lot slower because it's only using the electric hydraulic pumps. The engine-driven pumps are obviously off at the moment. I think I broke the right IRS. Not good, Tom. You can fix that maybe in the PMDG settings if you took that one. Excellent. So bear with me here. I have only used this a couple of times. So if I do this, replay tool, load flight file to player situation, approach 1, loading. It's loading as we speak. Yeah, it is because the sim's crashed. I hope not completely crashed. Yes! It seems to be working, so I think oh yeah, let's play that. Here we go. Yes. Oh look! Oh no! Oh god! I've got to disconnect off VATSIM. Not good. Not good. Not good. Sorry. Sorry, VATSIM people. We probably just saw an aircraft going backwards. Yeah, you need to do that manually. If you don't do that, you're in serious trouble. Anyway, let's do this. And I have to pause. If I want to change it, I have to pause it. And this is the flight control replay tool by Fabio Merlo. So let's do a wing view to start with. Abort. Yeah, it's pretty good. You do get some weird sound effects that does completely break the configuration. But there's no flyby view, unfortunately. It is very smooth. You can see the aileron inputs all working. Good. Not bad. Let me try an external view, because the tyre smoke is pretty cool, actually. Not a good sound. Yep. Oh, for goodness sake. Might need some tweaking. Maybe. What? Do I have to put the gear down manually? Right, well, I would love to show you the tyre smoke, but my gear appears to have disappeared. So what I'm going to do is just pause the replay here, put it back on. Oh my god. No. Right, well, yeah. might have to revisit this somehow. Why has it done that? It didn't do that on the test sector or test replays. Is it up the gear now? No, it doesn't look like it. Well, it is, but it's sort of hovering. Yeah, the gear, it is on the gear. You just can't see it. Oh, Wojtek, did you get a traffic from that? Sorry, buddy. What if can I do it manually? I've got IRS warnings going off. Oh, I've got. I think I've royally broken it. All right. Well, a shame about the replay. What I'll do, if you can deal with the IRS on DC power alarm, I'll let you enjoy the replay view from this one. There's no point doing external ones of any gear. Let's do this one here, and then once I said, I'll put you in a B-Rat back screen. Yes, you can. Just hit the gear key. I've done that. Oh, let me try one more time. I'm trying, but it's not having any of it. No, it's not working. Anyway, I need to carry on with the rest of the stream. Yes. I missed the explain one. Right, let me put you in this view, and you can use your imagination, enjoy the lovely soft landing and the sound effects, and I'll see you all in about 10, maybe 15 minutes or so, because I need to get the second flight plans all sorted. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Don't forget to smash the thumbs up button. I'll see you all in about 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you all for your patience. Just a little break, stretch my legs, take Jack out for a whiz, and here we are back in Phuket. Actually, I just want to cycle for live weather because sometimes that helps with the actual weather. No, it seems all good. Here we are then. Yes, we'll do the return sector. Wasn't the original plan to do this, but I thought I'd change my mind yesterday because I had some things planned which were cancelled. So I thought, I'll spend the evening with you guys. We'll have a later dinner. Thanks to Orbex for sending me their Phuket scenery, which they will have access to all of Orbex's products here. It's available from their site for just €19.54, it's about 16-17 quid. Looking very, very nice. If you all know how nice of quality the Orbex scenery is. I don't know anything about Phuket Airport, but here is the car park. The terminal area is in here. I think you can actually go inside the terminal. A lot of these Microsoft Flight Sim add-on airports now have detailed terminals inside, so you can see, look, here we are in the main terminal. You have Phuket's, I guess, only terminal here, gate 12, gate 15. It's pretty cool that you can have all of this available in sims like Microsoft Flight Simulator. There's the escalator. We're over in this part of the terminal, or terminal 2, I guess. Yes, I don't think we've got the interior modelling for this one. Maybe we do. No, we don't. But yeah, we are. Very, very nice. You've got 3,000 metre runway, ILS on one side, RNAV non-precision approaches on the other. And I know this is a popular destination from Europe, so good for your long-haul aircraft as well. Not that we have many to choose from in Microsoft Flight Simulator, but you can come in from Europe all the way here. John Padfield asking for the GT3. I'm not sure where that's located. But anyway, thank you very much to my friends at Orbex for sending me a copy of their scenery. Excellent, there we are. So, once I erased the replay tool or closed it down, I reloaded the panel state, and for some reason that didn't work either, but I managed to get it all restored exactly as it was. The only thing is I put it on the ground power, I think. Did I actually shut off the APU? Oh! Didn't turn that off. There we are, that shut that off. Okay, interestingly, I can hear APU sounds, but the APU is definitely not running, that is off. Alright, but the only thing that's different is the GPU's on the bus. So, I'll double check VPilot. I doubt we have any ATC, we don't. So, looking at the latest METAR here. Where have I misplaced my phone? There it is. So, Phuket, latest weather conditions, 260 at 12, so runway 27, a few clouds, 28 degrees, QNH is still 1007, so that's all set. We runway 27 for departure. Elevation here is 80 feet, so we'll set an MFRA of 1080. There we go. So as pilot monitoring, if I'd been pilot monitoring on the first sector, my operator, first thing I would have done after landing is fill in a tech log. We have an electronic flight log we need to fill in, and then I'd get the ATIS, reset this clock. What I do is out of flow, but I usually do auto brake to RTO, reset, flight directors on, and then I jump straight into the FMC after I've got the ATIS, and we have something called Route 2, so I would have filled in the route for the next sector, but neither the PMDG or the mod have Route 2 modelled, so I have to load up the route manually each time. It's not a problem. So I'm just going to go to ident first, pause in it. We'll start from this page here. Let me just grab the operational flight plan number 2, which is here for you. So we're going back from Phuket to Suvarnabhumi International Airport, the main international airport in Bangkok. So firstly, well, actually let's get the fuel. Thunderstorms forecast in Bangkok this evening. From now, variable 25 knot winds as well. So let's whack on 2 tons of fuel. That's what I'd be doing at my operator. The alternate is the other Bangkok airport as well. So let's go 6. Let's go 8 tons for the fuel. So we're going to go to menu, FS actions, ground services, fuel. Target is going to be 8 tons. Oh, do I call for the fuel truck? Oh, I've got to do that again. It's a bit time consuming. Passengers 148. We'll just leave the same amount of passengers, same 0 fuel weight, 147. So we just need to wait for the fuel truck to arrive. Don't make me forget to set the fuel uplift going, or tell the Bowser to start. We'll go back here to performance index, sorry, position. So we are now in Phuket. That is Victor Tango Sierra Papa. Routing to Victor Tango Bravo Sierra. Call sign for the return sector is Alpaca 28 Tango Lima. Departure runway 27. The
50,
SID
40, 30,
is
20,
the
10.
Emirate 1 Bravo. Thank you very much, Jan, for your generous $25 donation, sir.
I hate MSFS on the Xbox. So limited.
I know.
I need a PC.
You do, JM. I mean, thank you for your $25, buddy. The Xbox is great fun if you want to have a poodle around and an extra 300 upside down, especially with the new Xbox One, whatever it is, a new Xbox, Super Xbox. But if you want to fly a high fidelity aircraft like this, you know, how are you meant to manipulate all the buttons and switches with an Xbox controller or without a mouse and keyboard? I just don't understand. But yeah, for serious simming, if you want to do it seriously, you really need the PC variant. You need the PC variant. But yeah, thank you very much for your donation, and make sure you keep saving for that PC. Thanks, buddy. Right, so Emirate, from Emirate, it's Yankee 99 to non-L. Yankee 98 to Libim. Libim 3 Charlie, that's pretty much the entire routing in. And I have no idea what the preferred runway is. I should think they're on the southerly runways in Bangkok. So let's go. I planned for 19 left. I'm just going to go with that one. I think they can land on both of them. It's going to be, for us, the Sumra transition, not via the Lemos transition. No, I did that earlier by having a good look at it. We've got Sura Lebim Dotsu. So there's Sura Lebim Dotsu. There we are. And I just want to get rid of the vector. I'm going Echo Lanko. I think it's all in the FMC now. Just again check routing. No, I've still got the flight plan up here. Legs. So you can see it as well. 2,500 feet on departure. SP102 Emirate. Boeing Field. Enville, Amberg, Vecna, Nixon Hall. That looks a bit funky. I don't want. I've done something here. You know what? I'm going to cut off this corner. BS503. Just because that's. I looked at it earlier. It's like the German arrivals basically. So if I do BS503 Lanko, that's going to be more representative of what it looks like when it's quiet. So that's in distance as a gross error check is 478. This is 456, and that'll be the chunk we've taken off on that RNAV there, so that makes perfect sense. Is there no SimBrief link with PMDG yet? I don't know, Hootie the Horse. Maybe you could download the flying plan manually and upload it. I think you could do that, but I believe their EFB add-on will allow you to sync it. That'd be quite useful. Activate, execute, init ref, up fuel. You know what, guys? Just because of time, I'm going to upload the fuel manually. 8 tons. It's just a little bit quicker. There we go. You can always do it quickly by doing that, which is quite cool. And we'll just go here to FS actions. Get the APU started now. Otherwise, we're going to be waiting for the fuel to uplift. It's a bit cumbersome using the FMS to utilise all of this. You know, having to remember to find everything. So we won't release the ground power just yet. We'll release the fuel truck because we've got the 8 tons. And yeah, we've got all the passengers we need, so let's leave that as it is for now. Perfect. So 0 fuel weight, 51.2 with 147 passengers. Reserves for our alternate, which is Bangkok Doom Wang Airport, is 2.4 tons, so we'll put 2.5. Cost index is 6. Return sector at 37,000 feet. 37,000 feet. Elevation is sea level, I think, so we'll put 0. 37,000 feet, go here. Top of climb wind 058 at 27. Average wind is about the same, so we'll leave it at that. Right, Navigraph. So flights, I should have it saved. To Tango Lima with the charts as well. That's superb. So transition altitude will be by ATC, but it's 11,000 feet on the chart, so we'll put 11,000 feet here. Unable 250 knots at Salsa, so we'll look at that shortly. because it keeps putting 250 as hard speeds. What, 250 or below? Don't think it can do at or above below speeds by default. It always puts at or below, above or at or below speeds as a hard speed, which causes those FMS messaging. Again, no performance data. It's a nice long runway here. Again, I'll take an assumed temperature, let's say 50 degrees, 88.1, takeoff flat 5, CG 19.4, same as earlier, 6.38 units. It's slower than it should be, even with flaps up here. Sounds good though. Speeds 30, 31, 33, set on the MCP. There we go. So APU fault. Damn it. Broke the APU. Am I having... Should we do this realistically? Shall I get the air starter unit connected? We go and check the MEL for APU fault. Usually that light extinguishes, I think, after 5 minutes. I think if you look at the QRH, it says after 5 minutes you can try and attempt to restart. Actually, let's have a little look at the QRH quickly. I've got my work EFB in front of me. APU fault light. I have had this before.
Minimums.
I'm going to do a stream soon where we just have a very broken aeroplane, just have multiple failures, just see what happens. I think it'll be quite fun. Right, fault, search, QRH, many fault lights there. APU fault is the one I would like. APU fault. So QRH says an APU malfunction occurs, APU shuts down automatically, APU switch off. If the APU fault light extinguishes after 5 minutes, a restart may be attempted. Okay, well... Oops, no, I don't want to start the engines just yet. Let's carry on here. I know I've got service-based failures on, so that could be just that. Window heat's on, probe not required at this stage. All set here, packs. Will be an auto at that moment, so that's all set. Flight director's on. Let's have a little look at this SID. So climbing straight ahead, max 270 for the initial turn, 2,500, then 24, SP201, and 11,000 feet or above. That checks in the FMC, and to Emrit KBI, which is off the thing that's on our route there. So there's no mention of a SID stop altitude. It's 2,500 feet, it's just the initial conditional turn waypoint. We'll go straight up to our cruise level, 370. It's broken, so if I go master caution, APU fault, we're just going to get that all day. So, right, let me just get the supplementary procedures. So if this was to happen in real life, contact the engineer and see if they can fix it. If not, they can check the MEL to see if we can dispatch. Believe it or not, we can. So I'm just going to get my operator's MEL out so I can read some of the stuff for you. I know you guys like all these little information, and I like to keep it as realistic as possible. I like having fun and stuff like that, but I do run my streams as I would, as close as possible to real life. So, APU, MEL, let's have a look here, MEL and conditioning, current, just searching for APU. It's, I've got every manual on the iPad, so it sometimes takes time just to find exactly what you want to. So, auxiliary power unit found. 1 installed, 0 required for dispatch. That's the inlet door, which I don't want. Just want proper APU here. I can't show you this as well because it's obviously from my operator. So, APU, 1 installed, 0 required for dispatch. You may have an APU inoperative provided both engine-driven generator systems operate normally, because we must have 2 sources of AC power, and at least 1 engine bleed air source valve operates normally, which it does. In flight operations, the APU inlet door is, if it's not in the closed position, might need additional action. Maintenance action, so the engineer will do his thing to secure the APU. Operations actions for us, so advise ops dispatch of APU inoperative. And that's essentially it. There isn't that much guidance. So what I just need to now get is the supplementary procedure for APU and op for the engine start. Here we go. was I'm searching? I forgot what I'm searching for now. FCOM. Sup procedures. Supplementary procedures, and then I want engines, APU, and then I want to have engine cross-speed start, starting with ground air source with AC electrical power available, APU inoperative. So I've got the supplementary procedures up. We'll see if the fault light's still on. It's actually extinguished, but let's imagine for realism's sake it's broken. Well, for realism's sake I can restart the APU because it's been over 5 minutes, but we'll imagine it's inoperative for a bit of fun. And I need to get the air power connected. How on earth do I do that here? So FS actions, ground services, air starter unit request arriving. There it is. Zoom. Here comes the air starter unit, and we've briefed the taxi. We briefed the SID, haven't we? It's just a taxi routing. So we're going to push back. What? Wrong flight plan. Why has it done that for? Push back here. Face east off stand 6. On the Papa taxiway, and then we'll taxi Papa all the way to the whole point, Golf. And we don't need to backtrack today. That is it. So, we'll get the external air car connected. Checks complete. So I brief the taxi and SID. I need to leave us here. Oh, can you hear that? Poof! Here comes the air. Technically, should get rid of the jet bridge first, so let's get rid of the jetway. Remember, we need to keep the shocks in and the ground power connected, so you can't disconnect the ground power yet. It's our only source of AC power. Good job, I can see that the door is still open. So close that door and close the cargo doors. Isn't the air starter unit very loud? Very, Astrodoom. Hello, Rory Heap. Is the alternative between Flex and Toga only an Airbusy thing? Can you explain the difference? So Flex is like, I believe, assumed temperature that we have in the 737. You're essentially telling the engines this is the outside air temperature, and it gives you the rated thrust based on that temperature. So assumed temperature is the same as Flex, but yeah, they call it Flex, we call it assumed temperature. Hope you're doing well, Roy. Nice to see you here. Right. Doors are closed, air starter's connected. Still got the auto throttle disconnect light flashing here. So, again, there's no ETC. We don't need to turn on Unicorn. We're doing a remote engine start. So we'll firstly confirm that the air starter unit's connected, which it is, as is the ground power. And we'd ask them then to pressurise the system, which he's already done. So what we need to do is turn off the APU bleed air switch and have it as it is configured here. I think we can open that as well to ensure that we have pressure for the other engine too. So you can hear it's very loud and noises, the air is coming in from the air conditioning system, but we're only using it for external start, and that should be enough there. So packs we can turn off, anti-collision light can come on, parking brake we verify is set because we're starting the engine start on stand, and we're going to start engine number 1 first. The reason we start engine number 1 first is usually this is actually located incorrectly here. The GPU and the air starter unit's over here as well, so that's the main reason. Right, so we just start engine number 1, and it should, we have sufficient pressure, start normally.
Phuket traffic, Thai Asia 4123, pushing back from stand.
Better get better pushback connected. Trying to start the engines as well, so 25% fuel. Pushback's going to be something like that, and something like that. Oh, no. Wrong button. How do I activate this again? I thought you pressed enter. There we go. So I think if you use the replay tool, it completely breaks the pushback thing. It did that earlier, so I might have to do it manually. Right. Starter canal monitoring 1, 2, 4, 6, 3 stable. So once we started engine number 1, we can put the left generator on the bus, like this. That means we can now disconnect the ground power. Ground power. We can just remove the chocks. That gets rid of everything. You can see it had a little bit of a wobbly there on the IRS, but looks like it's fine. We're on the 1 IDG, so we can disconnect the GPU and air starter units. Is there a way to bind reverse thrust to the Boeing pat throttle? If not, is there a fix coming soon? I'm having that problem, Beluga PC. Someone did explain to me what to do earlier, but I can't seem to fix it. Just waiting for the air starter unit to disappear. Look at that, Thai 78. That looks really smart. Remove my air starter unit, sir. There he goes. Connected. Bye. So now I have to sit here with one engine running, just waiting for the Thai 78 to taxi out. Obviously this would be coordinated with ground tower. They would push the other aircraft in a different way to ensure that we had space, but it's quite difficult online. And then obviously just keep an eye on your fuel flow and things like that. There is a little bit of fuel in the centre tank, but I don't want to turn the pumps on because we'll end up having master caution on takeoff, low pressure centre fuel. So generally with less than 700-800 kilos, centre tank pumps off for takeoff. As soon as you get to 10,000 feet, turn the centre tank pumps on to use a penny fuel there. I think there's a problem because that Thai 78 should be a Thai 732. I should think that the AIG model matching probably doesn't have it. Alright, well, what I'm going to do now, and you shouldn't do this, it's a bit non-standard because just to keep the show on the road here, what would usually happen is you commence your pushback. Then once your parking brake is set, then you get the aircraft reconfigured. So imagine that the pushback is complete, and we can complete the cross-speed starts. So you wouldn't do this during pushback or before, but it's just because they're not moving. There's someone else that needs to taxi past, and I just want to keep the show on the road. So imagine that's done. What we do now is engine bleed air switch, verify they're all on. AP bleed air switch, verify off. Pack still off. Isolation valve switch to auto. And what we need to now do is add thrust because we need to ensure that we have 30 psi. At the moment we have 20, so we need to increase thrust on engine number 1 to ensure that we have at least 30 psi to start the other engine. This is called a cross-bleed start, so what I'll do, I'll turn on the webcam here. You'll see me add thrust now, manually. You'll see the duct pressure increasing. That's really realistic, that's nice. So we've got at least 30 psi, and we leave the thrust up there. See, it's about 25% N1, and now we can start engine number 2. If you don't do that, there'll be insufficient bleed air to start the engine. Yeah, Thai Airways VTSP model doesn't include the 732 anymore. Oh, that's a shame. Deeg Surf Plays, I have flown the 700 variant. I have. We don't have many in my operator. So you can see it's a little bit slow. You could add more thrust if you wish to get up to 25, but that is fine on its own. Good. Oh, of course. Gonna be a mega queue here, aren't I? Oh well. It's an Airbus, won't it? Only has to push the before taxi button and it's all configured. There we are, started out monitoring engine number 2. That is all stable. We can now reduce thrust on engine number 1. And then we can put the right IDG on. There's no APU. And then reconfigure the air conditioning panel after engine start. There we go. Right, I think better pushback's broken because of the replay tool. Yeah, it's... Oh, maybe not. I requested. Cancel plan. Oh, what have I done here? Why is everything blacked out? Right, let's just do a manual
Cockpit
pushback.
to ground.
This is ground. Stand by.
What could possibly go wrong with a manual one? Deekserve, how similar are the cockpits between the variants in your experience? Almost identical, but the overhead panel slightly different air conditioning and pressurization system. Just the one recirc fan, this is a little different as well.
Okay, sir.
Doesn't have a trim
The
air
bypass
system.
pin is installed. All doors and hatches closed and all ground equipment is removed.
700 is easier
The
to land
parking
as
brakes
well.
are set. You may lift.
Parking brake set. Lifting the aircraft.
Whee!
Standing by for pushback.
That doesn't sound good. Right, let's go. So I think if I press reverse,
Cockpit to ground.
Go ahead.
We are cleared for start and push. Parking brakes set.
Okay, cleared for push start. Please release parking brake.
Parking brakes are released.
Commencing pushback. You can start the engines in sequence.
It will start in the sequence.
there we are. So I'm manually controlling the pushback. Engines have already started. Please release parking brake. Oh, come on, guys. No, this is, no, just be patient. Shouldn't be doing that. Regardless if there's controllers or not. Right, anyway, we've done the engine starts, and now... What happens if I alter the speed? Ah, okay. This is... Okay. Right, let's see what I can do here. Oh, easy.
Okay, pushback completed. Please set your parking brake.
You just can't teach it. I'm not quite on the centre. Parking brake set.
Parking brakes set.
I'm just going to do the rest of the flow
Parking brake set.
here. Just to keep the
Aircraft.
show going. Air conditioning set. Flaps to 5. Flight
Ground.
controls.
Startup is complete. You may disconnect.
Roger. Good engine start. Cleared to disconnect. See you at the side. Have a good flight.
Rudder's all good.
Holding position waiting
Flaps
for the
to
visual. Thank you and
5.
goodbye.
Recall check. Oh! I can steer the tug with the rudder or tiller. That'd be pretty cool if I knew that. Anyway, we've got rid of the better pushback guy. Let's go back to Bangkok. Phuket traffic count, back at 28 Tango Lima, taxi in Hoi Point, runway 27. So, do a quick config check. All good. Great view. Ground to cockpit, keep your day job. Unbelievable eye, Matt. Looks like AirAsia's taxiing as well. You don't hear me on frequency? All turned up.
Phuket traffic, Thai Asia 4123, taxiing via Tango 2, Papa, Pushback Golf for runway 27.
I know why, because the whole day I've had my push to talk button set. Why is that not recognising it? My current push to talk button was on my Airbus size 6. I've been doing that all day and no one can hear me. But it's not recognising my button I use. Why is it not recognising that? I'm setting the button I always use to push to talk, but it's just not having it. So I'm just going to do, I will come back on that sim, guys. I'm just going to disconnect here, close vPilot and just reopen it again. Could be an issue there. But my push to talk button on my yoke, it's not recognising. Recognising other buttons. Right, connect. So settings, push to talk, set up a new button. It's picking up button 12 on the quadrant. What was button 12? There we are. Every time I change my peripheral, I have to change the settings in vPilot. Phuket traffic, Alpaca 28 Tango Lima, taxi holding point runway 27. Should be hearing me now. Rise to before takeoff checklist. Just turn on Microsoft Flight Simulator slightly. The config we checked, flaps we have.
Get traffic, Alpaca 1 Alpha November.
5-5, green light. Stab trim. 6.4 units set. Takeoff briefing. Pax order bleeds on. V speed set for departure. 30, 31, 33 is set. Can't taxi in a straight line. And no V speeds on the PFD. Departure is the Emirates 1 Bravo RNAV SID straight ahead 2,500 feet, and then we'll make a left turn SP 401 stop all the way up to 370. We'll call it NADP2. Any problems will climb straight ahead over the sea to 3,000 feet. Reviewed. And cabin is secure. Checks complete. They don't have a flyby view in Microsoft Flight Simulator, do they? Ground speed 293 on the overlay. God, that thing. Rebooting. There we go. Should be up and running again now. There's that 787/737-200. Nice landing. 0 feet per minute. Easy. Yeah, it's not. I do miss having the brakes because you've got the rudder pedals. Thanks for the subscription there. I think it was Dr. Pepper. You've got the rudder pedals for the.
Phuket traffic, Thai Asia 4113 lining up behind the departing Thai.
Which has the option for differential braking, but they're not. There's no feel to it. It's very hard to brake. I've just realised that Streamlabs is no longer in chat. This does this as well. Streamlabs settings, so whenever anyone subscribes, it doesn't come up in chat anymore. I'll fix that too. Feel out of practice. Pro streamer no more. Oh well, looks like the AirAsia went over a speed bump. Thanks for subscribing there as well. Sometimes it turns itself off, this thing here. Right, what have I done here? Mod tools. Chat. There we are. CloudBot was off. Right, it should now. Streamlabs should be there, so it'll say if anyone subscribes or comes in through the other thing. Oh, it's just turned itself off again. Why is it doing that? CloudBot's now on. I need someone to subscribe to test it. Adon, do I see you behind? Yes, truly Asian. Asian, I think you just want to give space for the other guy ahead. Your computer's full of gremlins, I know at the moment it is. There's so many problems. Yaroslav, you're going flying again. 3 years out flying.
Phuket traffic,
Excellent.
Thai Asia 4113 departing runway 27 Phuket.
Transponder TARA. He's rolling. So just make sure the approach is clear, which it looks like. And I've got the transponder anyway. Check. Yes, no one's on the approach. There goes AirAsia. Perfect. And Phuket traffic on Phuket to 8 Tango Lima lining up runway 27. Looks like I'm stuck in something. For 32%, we should be rolling quickly. We're not. Shouldn't need any absolute maximum 40. Breakaway for us is usually 30-35%, but yeah, there seems to be a lot of resistance here. It was quite good earlier. Dr. Pepper, what graphic settings are you using? I use high end on everything. Silent Chill, I just subscribed, it didn't work. You might have your channel on silent though, because it didn't even pop up on the alert box there. It should be working because CloudBot was off. That's a Streamlabs thing though, sometimes it turns off. That's the second time I've ever shot the sense line, maybe it's because I'm in the 700. Right, MCP set, transponder, TARA, strobe lights on, landing lights are on, checks complete. That should be enough spacing now. Yeah, he's around 2.5 miles ahead. Heathrow, you'd be on your way now, and we'll either overtake him or keep up with him. Tokens in chat then, ladies and gentlemen. Parking brake released. Timing. Let's get back to Bangkok. Now back into 8 Tango Lima, rolling, runway 27. Stabilised, set takeoff thrust.
Phuket traffic, Thai Asia 4123 landing.
I'll take off for a set, indications normal. Check, release forward pressure. Itch on my nose. Looks like a car's about to enter the active runway. Thanks, Microsoft Flight Simulator. Tell you what, you'd be petrified if you're in that car. Through the dead band and we're airborne.
Positive rate of climb.
Gears coming up. And trim. Beautiful. There's that speed trim system audio going off. So we'll now bug up. So it's just audio. I don't think let's have a little look at the trim wheel again. It is trimming nose down, but it's not actually. Look, can you see the trim wheel changing? So it is changing, but it's not. Look at the rate of climb is just It's trim nose down, but the rate of climb's increasing. I don't know. Right, there's a 2,500 feet turn. Flat one. But if you trim, I'll just flick it like that. It stops it. Shut up. Flight director commands are very nice though. Flaps up.
Perfect traffic, Thai Asia.
It's quite hard to fly in this view if I'm honest. Anyway, flaps up, no lights. PMDG, did you see that? It redraws the line occasionally. It shouldn't do that either. That's just a little, I don't know, hack they have. It's just updated there. The magic magenta line, I call it. PMDG. VNAV. Pitching into the flight directors will accelerate to 250 knots. Oh, yeah, have to take off checklist. Gears off, auto brakes off. Star switches off. Taxi retracts off. Approaching 250. Let's pitch up, retrim. Feels good. Set. 2.0 is fine. Release the cabin crew. Coming to a flight level, so set standards. Passing 60, flight level 370. After take off checklist. It's complete. Full climb. There we go. Engines, the sound's not too bad. You wouldn't hear it like this though. There's so much noise from airflow in the 737 that you never hear the pitch of the engine. Only on takeoff roll at below kind of 80 knots. And this noise, it's just air. It's just the noise of the air, so you wouldn't hear the engines like that. You were telling me all about the magic magenta line, there it was. Nice and smooth though. There's SP401. Lovely day to go fly. Why does Navigraph do that as well? Navigraph, if you close it, it reloads a different flight plan, which is a bit annoying as well. There we are, there's the left turn. I'm just going to overlay the SID for you. There we go. So left turn inbound to SP402, easy going to make that 11,000 feet or above restriction. Still hand fly. So you'll see it here, look, I think once the turn's complete, look, it just redraws the magenta line. So you know, in reality this is a fly-by waypoint, your track would be exactly on the magenta line. Do the pre-cruise checks in a second. 285 knots. Handling nicely though. Bye bye Phuket. So you'll see when I go wings level here, it might draw the line again, or it's actually, no, it's now putting me back on the magenta line, which is good. That's better. Right, that'll do for now. All in trim. Command A. After takeoff checklist is complete, we'll do the pre-cruise checks now. Fuel 4 pumps. Lights can come off. Verify APU is off. Well, it's in op. Pressurization 5.0 and temperatures are fine and set. Cruise passengers. Recall. There we are. Pre-cruise checks complete. ETA 1955 Zulu, 1 hour from now. Oh, I'm going to have to go get some snacks. A little peckish. on our way. But I have to say, jinxing it here, Microsoft Flight Simulator, I've not had any sort of performance issues or anything like that recently. Seems to be running really smoothly. I've used the replay tool there, haven't reloaded the sim. I tried all that earlier to see if there was any problems, but no, it seemed that their PMDG doesn't seem to have any issues after that replay tool. It just reload the panel state, which is quite cool, it saves that. Try again in Bangkok, Suvarnabhumi International. Next stream, I'm on a full block of earlies starting Saturday, but on one of the days I have an early finish around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Flight Vector have sent me out their 767-400, which is very similar inside to a 777 with regards to the screens and displays, so that's installed. I'll do a little single sector in that, I hope, on maybe Saturday or Sunday. It depends on the flights, because we are generally running really well, but you know, delays can happen to slots, so I need to sort of set it at a time which is sufficient to allow for some delays, but also not too late, because I'm going to be on earlies the next day. So have a look at that. He's a Canadian. There we are, anyway. Inbound to Emirates. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, not that on wood flight sim yet. Cheers, Danny. Yeah, Coda 101, how are you finding the update, Captain? Actually, let's have a look at the release notes for this update. Which version is this again? I can't remember. So, this version is 30025, and that's an older one. There we are. Release notes 30025. So it's quite a lot they've fixed here. So Mr. PMDG says LNAV update coming. Nose will access steering inputs being updated. I don't have that, so it doesn't affect us. Okay. Lots of bug fixing, mostly to FMA enunciations here, so heading states and LNAV buttons illuminate at the same time, and that shouldn't happen. Fix that. Type error in the tutorial, right side, overwing exit grey outline is missing, beacon reflection, so he's been fixing a lot of external things, dual channel approach nose up, trig magnitude adjusted. Blurry textures, text. Doesn't seem to be much sort of, you know, mostly graphics changes. Injection molding decals, floating bolts and nuts. Okay. Flight tablet update. In-house development testing for the tablet is progressing. Team is now putting flight data from SimBrief and working through chart implementation. That's good. Yeah, they missed a beat there not having the EFB really. Obviously, with 50, the one coming out 40, for
30,
the Phoenix 20, having all that, that EFB is incredible. But yeah, they're coming with it. Thanks, Mark Jackson, for the $5.
Hi, what pilots say cabin crew prepare for departure? Hope you're well. Good to see you on the sim as always.
Thanks for the $5, Mark Jackson. Really appreciate it, buddy. So when we run the before takeoff checklist, firstly the before takeoff checklist is like the final check to check the configuration, the air conditioning system's correctly configured, to trim anything that could cause a takeoff config warning, basically. and we brief the initial SID, any emergency turns, or we call special engine out SIDs, any other pertinent information. And then we push the attend button by operator. That tells the cabin crew that up front we are ready for departure, and then they give us cabin secure. Now once they've given us cabin secure and we get our clearance to either line up or take off, pilot monitoring and the first officer will say cabin crew cease for departure. So that's where my operator, we state that when we're either once we've got clearance to line up or take off on the runway. I hope that answers your question anyway. But if you're asking just what pilot, my operator is the first officer. He doesn't have a tiller, so he always acts as pilot monitoring on the ground. Good question. So what should I have tonight, guys? I've got in the fridge, a little lazy, I've got a co-op at the supermarkets available, chicken tikka masala with naan bread, or I might fry some chicken with some green beans. I've got some roast potatoes, but that'll take a little bit longer. How do you change the PMDG winglets if you can? I think you can only have winglets as the option. The Five Guys, fortunately, where I've moved to, John Padfield, there's very little in the way of takeaway. But I'm just saying what I've got in the fridge, but don't tempt me to go drive all the way into the nearest town to get a Five Guys. Coda, yeah, thanks, I was waiting for someone to say Tika. Quick and dirty Tika. 2 tons getting hungry, guess I need to order up some lunch. Well, it's just gone past 8 o'clock in the UK here. It would have been 7 had I not had the issues at the start of the stream, but now I know to be very careful in the Microsoft Files folder. I'm very lucky I didn't completely screw that up. But yeah, fingers crossed, no more problems. At least it wasn't during the stream. The stream itself has been very smooth. Cat. What's a Slim Chickens? I don't even know what a Slim Chickens is. There's Thailand down below. Ground speed and altitude's now broken on the overlay. Speed's now working, but altitude stopped working at 350 feet on departure. What is wrong with this thing? Do other streamers have problems with their overlay? I think we all use the same one, Fly Live overlay, but works flawlessly at X-Plane. In Microsoft Flight Simulator, just mine freezes all the time. I've got a funny feeling it's something to do with how it interacts with Streamlabs, though. Oh no, it can't. Yeah, no, it can't, because the actual Fly Live dashboard shows the altitude at 357 feet as well. So it is Fly Live, not Streamlabs. The only way to do it is to turn it off and on again. FS Insane, love a stream. Do you use any head tracking? If so, which one? I don't use any head tracking, no. I think the aircraft type is wrong too. No, A320, unbelievable. A little headwind, not too much. Yeah, it's doing. Oh, hold on, I had a little bit of fuel in the centre tank, which I forgot to use. Okay. Matt Osborne, Concourse stream at some point. Yeah, that's an aircraft we need to jump back into again. I know there's one for Microsoft Flight Simulator, but it's a very basic model. The Colombat is pretty good. Next will be the Flying Factor 7.5. I'll probably then jump into the Zebo mod again. Yeah. So much stuff to fly. I fancy doing a GA stream again soon. I haven't done one in ages. Anon having a fresh start by the sounds of it. No junk, no smoking. Mackerel on a bed of spinach. What strong, isn't it, mackerel? I had sushi for lunch. Oh, sorry, did I say 7.5? Yeah, Flight Factor 7.67, sorry. J in the US, maybe in the Just Flight Arrow. Oh, that'll be quite cool. To be fair, I know Pilot Edge are doing a Oshkosh event this weekend, and I can fly up for a free account, sign up for a free account on that, but I just can't. I can't get the time in to do that, unfortunately. Yeah, Chipmunk for the Microsoft Flight Simulator for GA. That would be a brilliant aircraft. That is a cool airplane, Ernie. Always like the Chipmunk. Ed, I guess what? I had pasta for dinner. I could have guessed that. Well, the one with the other P. Pizza. Master caution. Fuel. Set of pumps. Coming off. Approaching 370. With top of descent. 200 miles away. Slightly longer sector here. Guys, what's actually level off here? I am very peckish. I had a very early lunch. Do you mind if I just nip off and get a snack? I will mute the mic whilst I eat it, but I will be here. I've got some snack I've got to have. I'm going to just want to see people's reactions to it when I come back. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Cheers. I'm back. Jack's followed me because I bought food. I've got a bit of an... This is what I had left in the fridge. So some carrot cake, which I'm going to have in a sec. I've got some spinach Hammond ricotta rolls. Co-op here. My favourite. No veggies here, are there? Mr. Porky's pork scratchings. What a mixture. I will mute the mic. What's that bunch on that? Jack, on your bed, you greedy so-and-so. William, when did you train to be a pilot? Oxford Aviation Academy. Yeah, this is just stuff I had in the fridge, but these little ricotta roll things are delicious. They've been in the fridge, like, ice cold. Dave Hogan, now I'm hungry. Sorry. This isn't my dinner, to be fair. This is a snack with all my tikka. Enjoy the view of Thailand below. Jack staring at me longingly. Jack, I wouldn't give pork scratches a tiny bit early because they're quite salty. Hopefully you can't hear that. Romulus had some steamed crab last weekend, very yummy, very nice. So this is where the sim excels. I mean, look at that view. You're flying overhead Thailand virtually. Live weather, just 12 hours behind live time. It looks amazing. MasterChef, the real 737 Pilot Edition. Unbelievable. I have a pork scratching now. Honestly, I'll mute it as soon as I have one crunch. So yummy. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I'm just very, very hungry. Just returned back home and said Creature Pro 2, we're doing well. There was a third pilot on board. Presumably he was checking on new captain or new first officer. Whoever he was, landing was atrocious because he all not get full marks. Most likely they did Creature Pro 2. The first officer was under line training. Now, many operators, or most operators, when you're new on type, will have the pilot has to conduct line training, which is a number of sectors with a training captain. But the first few sectors, there'll be something called a safety pilot, and the safety pilot's there because obviously you don't want it where someone who's brand new on this type of aircraft, it has a type rating, it's only just started flying this aircraft, you don't want it where the training captain passes out or dies or anything and becomes incapacitated. You don't want a brand new cadet with very little experience there on the first few days. You don't know how he's going to cope with it, so we have something called a safety pilot. He'll sit in the jump seat and he's there just to assist and be there if anything like that. And my operator, that's typically the minimum amount of sectors required for safety pilot release is 12 sectors. It usually is around 12 to 20. Some people need a bit more, some people can do it in 12. Now, it is a common misconception that a hard landing is dangerous or the pilot is lacking skills. Now, yes, we don't go out there to land hard on purpose, okay? Certain airports we do need to land very soon and quite firmly, but also yes, there is an aspect of you are new on type, it takes some time to get a feel of the aeroplane, especially if you use flat 40. Flat 40 requires a slightly different you know, it's the same landing technique but it feels different as well. The 737, the 800s, it's not a difficult plane to land, but it's not easy either. You've really got to, it takes experience and time and practice to nail that check close hold and to find out or feel at what height that needs to be done. So 20 feet typically, but if you have a high rate
40,
of descent, you might need to bring your
30,
check up. If you have a shallow rate of descent, you can
10.
drop your check to 10, 15 feet. This takes time. Anthony, thank you very much for the $5, buddy.
This FD2S cruise is brought to you by Mr. Porky's Pork Scratchings. Shake my head.
Unbelievable. It is Mr. Porky Pork Scratchings, the best ones. Other pork scratchings are available. Obviously, sorry for vegetarian. Very tasty. But thanks, Anthony. Hope you're doing well. Also, do you super chat? There were all those stars on and stuff. Things have changed. And it said to me before I started this stream, do you want to opt in for member gifting? I have no idea what that is, so I said yes. Anal, congrats on improving your habits. Absolutely, yes. Next up on Flight Deck to Sim, Culinary Guide to England, a ploughman's lunch with pickled onions washed down with a pint of dandelion and burdock. Dealey, lol, speaking of pigs, you weren't what a Percy pig is. Percy pig, M&S. M&S sweet. They're famous. Yeah, I know Stuart could do a good pint. Anyway, let's jump into the cockpit. See how we're getting on. 154 miles to go. Just cruising here. And we're over. What is the sea here called between Thailand and Vietnam and Cambodia? It's great to be in a different part of the world, isn't it? I think every PMDG 737 stream I've done 2 sectors as well. YouTube is becoming like Twitch here. You can give subs. I don't even know what that does. I've watched some Twitch things before. Never understood how it works. I don't think it'd really suit my stream. I'd never go over there. Sort of all this. It's great. I think it's great for content creators, isn't it? It's very interactive as well. But I quite like YouTube. I'm not going anywhere. Is it Gulf of Thailand? Thanks. Aaron the Bay of Biscay. Just information, 78 that was ahead of you has had an engine failure. Was that Tom? In the 737-200, you'd be unable to maintain 37,000 if you had an engine failure. I'll do a fuel check at Nonal in 10 minutes. Then we'll start getting everything set up for the descent. Jack's staring at me with my poor scratchings. Is that field of view in the sim how it is in real life? Yeah. Field of view is sort of a way of looking on a flat display there, but the way I've got my camera set up, I'm pretty happy with. Moderating's easy on Twitch. 320 Sim Pilot streams on there. He stream on there, does he?
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Thanks, Super Groby, for the £2.
Hey Cap, nice to see you have a nice landing.
Thank you very much, Super Groby, as I'm choking on a piece of ricotta. Thank you very much. Is that in reference to my landing in Phuket? I think that wasn't too bad, was it? It was a minus 200. But thank you very much. We'll see what we can do in Bangkok shortly. Sam Heaton, he's had an engine failure. Oh no, anyway, fuel check. If it was real life, I'd be a little more concerned. 320 Sim Pilot streams on both. How do you do that?
Minimums. Approaching minimums.
I don't have the capacity to manage two. Barely do one. Dealing effects in 10 months, just realised I have a membership chat to use. You get one a month. Nothing to say other than I'm hungry. I want to try Port of Scratches and Percy Pigs. Brilliant, Dealey. Thank you very much for your continued support. Great use of your monthly free comment. Perfect. Well, unfortunately no working weather radar, but there was a thunderstorms forecast en route. These look quite a high cloud here, but just have to look visually here. Make sure we don't run into trouble. Jack's falling asleep again. Nice slice of carrot cake now. Perfect. Look at this little bit of sunlight coming up onto the EFIS control panel. You can see it's just illuminating that one light. Lighting is superb in this sim. Oh, 7.5 is my cruise speed. Really? For costing X30 at 37,000 seems a bit low. That's how it sounds like with the engines. AK, you can't hear them in the cruise. 2 tons, you ordered a fuzzy taco. You have to chain down your weight, correct? So Sim 737 Pilot. Don't know, Listerman. Gulf of Thailand, said Jim. It is. Oh, I didn't know that 5 minutes ago. Get banned if you're streaming on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. I best not do it then. Oh, this is an Alpaca Airways, we use 30. Oh. Ah. I wonder why I did that. I've got your list of in. That makes a lot of sense. Perfect. Econ, decimal 783. That's what we use at Chow. That's actually a good idea, Mark Scott. I reckon for the overseas sectors, you should replicate the true flying experience and choose your in-flight food to reflect the local cuisine. So I should have ordered some Thai food. I'll tell you what, I'll do that next time. Well, I will have my tikka masala tonight, but next time, well, technically isn't tikka masala a national dish of Great Britain? But maybe if I next have an Indian, I will go to India. Chinese for China, burgers in the United States. Scotland, I don't know, tatties and haggis. England, Yorkshire pudding. French frogs, legs or baguette. Brilliant. Yeah, sushi in Japan. That's actually quite a funny idea. Contrails are nice. Maybe I could have a sponsorship of Tesco or something. Central Europe meat with potato. Unbelievable. A little cloudier here anyway. I don't like not having weather radar. Right, I'm going to have one more slice of carrot cake. And we'll set up for the approach into Suvarnabhumi International. What do they eat early? Pete. I like that 2 tons. I love Thai food. I love all food.
Minimums.
Thanks, Shadow.
Approaching
Sorry, I got a
minimums.
mouthful of food. YouTube finally updated my subscription status. 25 months. I remember you having that problem. It used to show 13 months for almost a year. Well done, and thanks for your 2 years membership, Edo. And I can see your alpaca 2-year membership badge. So thank you very much for being with us the whole time. Very active member as well. So thank you very much for all your support and all the involvement in Discord as well. Cheers, buddy. Oh, Eddie. Goatee bits. Okay. Well, in our quest to visit every country on a live stream, we'll have to consider that when we go to Uzbekistan. Right then. Hand control back to Jim. Let's set up for the approach. So this is Thailand's, where we started the day, their main international airport. 2 runways. I think they're building a 3rd. Very busy, unfamiliar. I think they're landing on the southerlies right now, but it's the middle of the night right now in Thailand as well. I think local time is about 2 in the morning. 250 below 100. Here's our descent winds. .093 at 14. 200 is 138 at 7. 100 is 283 at 11. Hardly any winds. Check the QNH in Bangkok. Excuse me, sorry guys. It's 1005. Light rain. Thunderstorms forecast as well on tempo. That was where I was meant to do my fuel check returning. Well, it's 1004, we're on actually wrong Bangkok Airport there. 1004. And there was non-L for the fuel check, so let's have a look here, non-L. no, 38 minutes airborne. We're 37, so we're a minute early. We should have 3.5 tons of fuel. We should have 5.5 with the extra fuel we took. We have exactly 5.5. Fuel burns bang on this thing. It's really good. And we should have burned 2.4 tons. Burned 2.3. Excellent. All on target. So fixed rings, runway 19 left. Sorry, 19 left. We're gonna land on. Go for 10. 4. Perfect. Should we do a RNAV approach? Spice it up a little bit. We've checked ILS. See how VNAV works. I think it works okay. Need to get Navigraph up. See what approach is available on 19 left. So the star we're going to fly. Well, let's step through the star first. So starting off at Sumra. So there's Sumra. Routing to Lebim. Lebim is max 280, flight level 180 below, so we do need to update that here. 180 below, which will put us 900 feet below profile, and max 280, which it should be doing, but I'll put 280 below as well. From Lebim, we're going to go direct to Dotsu, from Dotsu to Indy. Indy 140 below, checks in the FMC, to Salsa, max 250, 10,000 feet above, checks. Latin 7,000 feet above, checks. And then what I've done here is go from Bravo Sierra 503 left, okay. The reason there's no ATC, and this will take us onto a 10-mile final. So this is what would likely happen if it was quiet. I just need to change the descent transition level. Where is it on this chart? Oh, there it is. Transition level, flight level 130. Perfect. So we're going to go from South Salastin, from Bravo Sierra 503 direct to Lanko, which is here. Takes you to a 12-mile final. Otherwise, we'd have carried on going, but I think it'll be quiet. So approach-wise, so let's see what we have. 19 left has an ILS, an RMP. YouTube works in mysterious ways. It sure does, Edo. I'm reading we had issues there. Chips salsa dip VOL. Suvarnabhumi is close enough for the English folks. Yeah, I looked on how to pronounce it before. Let's do the RMP. Should be via Lanko still, yeah. So departure arrivals. So an RMP, remember, not using any ground-based navigation aids, using your aircraft's position, using all the aircraft systems, flying and approaching the database. RV19 left, execute. We cannot fly directly to the FAF, so we can still fly direct to Lanko. So I'm going to go here. That's in BS503. Lindsay was going to redirect to Lanko. Executed. 503. I can delete that 220 non-restriction. Could check out for VNAV anyway, see how it's all working. So Lanko, Salsa, Latin, 503, 220 knots. Where's BS 503? Max 220. So again, it's put as a hard speed. We want at or below. Executed. Runway 19 left. Just put in these fixed rings. Oh no, I've already done that. So 599, I'm just going to put 180 knots or below. Why has it brought this? That's interesting. No, that's fine, no, it's all correct. 175, but my operator, we always put 180 below at the first waypoint within 10 miles. And the final approach fix is 599. Let's have a look at the RNAV approach. Oh, Jack. Oh, no. Don't, the dog's gonna be sick. Come on, get out outside. Come on in. Oh no, the dog's just been sick. Oh no, that pug's scratching. Someone said get him. Oh, why do... Guys, I'm gonna have to pick this up. I don't know if you heard that. He's just vommed all under the desk. Oh no. I had hard floor in the old house in the office. Now I've got carpet. I hope my landlord's not watching. Oh dear. Right. Oh, guys, I need to clean this up. 1 of the 4 dogs being sick. Right. 36 miles. 37. I've got 5 minutes, guys. I'll be 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Oh dear. Right, where are we? Past top of descent, no doubt. Oh, I can hear the flight data sim intro music. Right, yeah. Oh, you look. VNAV energy compensation mode's kicked in. Let's slow this down and let's see how high we are. 6,000 feet harm profile. Okay, level change. Descent path unachievable. Get out of here, PMDG. You haven't flown with me before. 180 below. Speed brake. 300 knots. 330 up to VMO. Descent target speed 330 knots. Execute. Come back to Papa profile. Jack's fine, guys. He's okay. Yeah, I think. To be fair, I don't think it was the port scratching. I couldn't see it in the SIG. Sorry to go into detail, guys. But it was a lot of grass, and he eats grass. He's a bugger for that. And he ate a lot of grass when I walked him yesterday. Yeah, he's fine. I've just put him in the kitchen. On the way down, he threw up again on the stairs. So that's why I took a bit longer. And I don't have any carpet cleaner, so I improvised. I got one of those cloths, and I had some of that. It's called Shout Spray. It's basically that stuff that you put on your shirts or any marks on your things, like a stain remover. Put that on there with a bit of water, scrubbed hard. It's come right off. I just hope it doesn't stain the carpet, because it's not my carpet. So yeah, all good. Down we go. Whose dog doesn't eat grass? Absolutely. But yeah, I just it was just bad timing. I could have caught it. If I caught it earlier, I could have got him outside, or at least downstairs onto the hard floor. But yeah, he was proper retching, poor bugger. So level change, 6,000 feet per minute. This is typically normal rate of descent if you were to bug a higher speed and put the speed brake extend. Probably wouldn't use this exact combination, but this is a great way to quickly recover your profile. It's just to increase your target descent speed, which we have. Look, we told it we want to do 7.8. We'll do 300 knots on conversion, or 320. It's like doing a cost index 100. And then we're actually now... What? Yeah, I was going to say... Make your mind up. Below, above, high. There we are. So that's going to slowly come back in now. Let's face it, given a choice between a hard floor carpet, the pets choose the carpet every time. I know. Oh, poor bugger. But I can't see the stain anymore, which is good, and it was right under the desk. I'll have a good look after the stream. Wanted to get it whilst it was still wet, but we didn't even talk about dog sick anymore. Anyway, profile's coming back in. Get ready to reselect VNAV, and then we'll finish the approach briefing. Guys, sorry for all the disruptions today, especially delay at the start of the stream, an hour delay. Dog's throwing up, me eating because I'm hungry. Otherwise, everything's been going on too badly. Right, VNAV. Stow the speed brake. And we've made fuel, 140 kilos in the centre, which is actually not uncommon because of the attitude you can be at during the climb and the cruise. You might just miss out that little bit of fuel there. It's going to be on every stream. I hope not, Mark. It does actually have to give credit to PMDG there. The behaviour and level change as what? Not credit for low pressure with 140 kilos in the centre tank though. The behaviour was very good there with level change and descent. It was close to what I was expecting. About 5,000-6,000 feet per minute. Right, we need to finish setting up for this approach here. That was when the dog was throwing up there. So we'll set the final approach course 195. 195. The aircraft's handled well today. It has done well. So low frequencies because it's an RNAV approach. Courses 195. I will ditch. No, we're not using any VORs, that's fine. So we're going to use LNAV, VNAV minima. So when we use this minima, we can set 600 feet. We don't need to make any increment to this because it's a decision altitude. So we'll set 600 feet. Want to go, so just select a lower altitude on this arrival. Made the 180. Next restriction is 140 or below, so 140 set. VNAV out. Don't know what that is. We don't have VNAV out on our fleet. 140. So VNAV speed retard. Good. Frequencies none, courses we've set minimum. So on our approach, we're going to fly direct to Lanko. Remember, we're cutting that corner out. We're going to go to Lanko. 2,500 feet above checked on the previous chart. Then the FAF is BS 599 at 6.1 dB. So 2 miles before that, we'll set on the altitude 600 feet, engage VNAV path, open the speed window. We'll configure at 4 or 5 miles. We've got the fixed rings in already. There's VNAV commanding the speed. 280 wasn't it? Drag required. We'll keep an eye on that. Yeah, we'll use LNAV and VNAV all the way to touchdown till we disconnect. Missed approach climb on 1,500 feet to track 195. Left turn to lace on 3,000. If unable to reach 3,000 at lace on, continue climbing the holding pattern. We enter hold at lace on. So that's that. Approach then. I'm not going to go into too much detail with the landing performance here. Nice long runway. I don't have an accurate calculator for this add-on yet. But look at this, 19 left. We'll just go flat 30. Let's go order break 3 and we'll take the first high speed. We've got options of Bravo 9, Bravo 10. So that's at least 2/5 down the runway. So let's do order break 2. 300 kilos to burn. 56 one's a landing weight. Flat 30, order break. Yeah, 2, that should be fine. We can brake manually. And then taxi on stand, what do we get lost? As usual. Questions. Excellent. Transition altitude is 110, different from start. Thanks, Christian. Let's have a look here. Was that on the ILS? Oh, nav track chart. Yeah, 11,000, but it's fine. We're going to set the QNH as soon as we pass Indy anyway. So our next restriction will be 10,000 at Salsa. And now it's gone to FMC speed. So again, this is one of the little things that the PMDG does. It seems to make a restriction. Now it's only doing it should do an idle path descent, level off and level off at Indy. So we've got thrust up here and FMC speed. So anyway, there is Bangkok ahead. And after Indy, we can go down to 10,000 feet south. So we'll go down to 10,000. So even though we preset the QNH of 1004, when I reset the altitude here, VNAV jumps. It should not do that. If you preset the QNH, it should stop doing a jump at VNAV, so it's sort of this does nothing. And it should do 1,000 feet per minute below profile. There we are. Yeah, it's just a little quirky VNAV. I don't exactly know how it's working there. Oh yeah, I didn't finish setting the minimums, thank you. Dog being sick and all. I think that was actually when the dog was being sick, is when I stopped setting the minimums. I don't know. Right, all good. Haven't done an RNAV yet in the PMGs. It's great to see. We'll have a look there. Razu, what was the flat 40 manoeuvre when master caution enabled on first takeoff? So rejected takeoffs at my operator. We select flat 40 for all RTOs in case we need to evacuate. It gives the option of passengers to slide down the wing. It's a long way down if the flaps are up. Again, it's just doing this sort of non-idle path descent, thrust up, 1,500 feet per minute. It's not as it should work. It's just the VNAV's just not polished. On approach, it's perfect. It's like when you pass the initial approach fix, the VNAV works really well in this. So for approaches, it's good. What's the path on this RNAV approach? It's 3 degrees. Yeah, 2.94. So it should be 3. I think this is PMDG. I think they modify the path sometimes, but it's within 0.1. Welcome back to Bangkok, anyway. Andrew, how do you find the new updates to the PMDG 737? For me, I know it's a lot of, I think we read through the patch release notes. I think a lot of them were sort of cosmetic changes. Some changes to the enunciations as well. It's sort of, for me at this stage, it's sort of automation and enunciations and approach-wise, it seems to be sort of similar to as it's always been. But I know there's improvements coming in those areas. It's good. It's perfectly good enough for the average user. It really is. 7,000 feet at Latin. That's set. Let's bring the speed back to 250. Drag required is a bit. It's very late with the decels as well. So we've not complied with that 250 at Latin. It only started slowing down a couple of miles before. So we use speed brake to help out there. Do the post cruise checks. Still got low fuel, even though we've got 30 kilos. Just put the lights on for now. APU is inoperative, remember, so we'll have to put the GPU on bus first before shutting down. Back angle 25, pressurization is all set. That should be on. Very cool. There we are. So again, VNAV, look, we're high on profile. It's in path, but adding thrust. It doesn't help that I've got the speed brake out though. Beg pardon. But it should still go. This should go retard arm now. It should go retard arm. Instead it just stays in FMC speed. Let me just reselect VNAV. So deselect, reselect. No, it's staying in FMC speed. So this should go retard arm, idle path descent. But instead it's just doing a shallow 1,000 feet per minute. And you know, if that previous restriction was keeping us low, this should level off and do 1,000 feet per minute, and then recapture the profile. Instead, it's showing us perfectly on path. And again, I'm being very highly critical. I'm just comparing to the real aircraft. Barry is having to sync up the heading every time to Bothersome. Would you ever prefer a sync heading button? Well, it would be nice if there was a button, but it's no bother. Anyway, we're downwind here for the RNAV. There is Suvarnabhumi International Airport by Double T, the Payware Airport. One to go is checked. Next restriction, max 220 at this waypoint here. I'm happy to send down to 7,000 from Latin, and we can now step down to the next one, which is 2,500. John, I think most of us simmers like to know the aircraft is extremely close to the real thing. It is close. VNAV, it's just not working as it should. You know, it's adding. It should be idle path descents here. We've got thrust up, down, 40% N1. Should be closed from top of descent. This should be closed if you've got restrictions which allow for it, which on this one it does. But we've had FMC speed now for the last 5 minutes, and the decel point, and we're doing 250. The decel here to make 220 at 503. It should be about there, not here. It's you know, it's 2 to 3 miles to reduce to 220. I'll bet you.
Suvarnabhumi traffic, Thai Asia 4113 established on the localized ILS.
You'll see, look, after, I guarantee you'll pass the decel, it will start slowing down, and it will say drag required because it can't make the 220. So they need to bring the decel point twice as far back for approaches here. Welcome back, Streamlabs, to chat. It's now working. Thank you for subscribing there, Jeffrey Butchley. I see the chatbot working again. Ooh, look, we actually picked up some ILS here, so I might detune this because it could be the wrong information. So we'll keep an eye on this, but I just wanted to use VNAV to see what happens. And we'll start the flight replay recorder. I think after I put the gear down. I don't know what happened earlier. So there's the decel point. It's gone now. It's gone retard arm, which it should do. It should be at that already. It should be an arm the whole way. So watch now. It's going to start slowing down. BS 503. It's doing 1,000 feet per minute. And now it's going to struggle to keep up with the bug. We'll set the heading here. And traffic Alpaca 28 Tango Lima. It's turning base leg for RNAV 19 left in Bangkok. So yeah, There you go, it's gone 220 VNAV speed, so it should be a little sooner. And then the profile's just jumped 400 feet, so that's why it's got to VNAV speed. It can't stay on path anymore. So what I'm going to do is select flap 1, get rid of speed brake now. And I was trying to help it out, but that didn't work. And it should go to this should go to VNAV path now. So I'm going to go vertical speed, just going to have to drive this down to recapture the profile here. So it's just gone completely off the profile now. And I was in VNAV the whole time. It should do this. It's a little wonky. Flap 5. Speed brake here, guys, because we're going a bit fast. So yeah, it's just thrown me off the path. It does this when it sequences waypoints. You watch land code 0.3. Why is it stopped? There you go. It should go to 1. It stops at 0.3, resequences, and then updates VNAV. We can step down to 2,000 feet now, anyway. So yeah, it's not quite as it should be. VNAV now, speed into vent. I'm going to have to keep the speed brake out to bring that speed back as well. And now we're on the approach path for the RMP. So next step is 2 miles before this waypoint. We'll set 600, and that's coming up now, so 2.2. Runway heading 195. I can stow the speed brake, we'll go flap 10. 2 miles, so 600 feet. VNAV path speed windows open, and we're approached. And this is where VNAV sort of comes into its own. It has overshot this though, and it's sort of like it should be perfectly lined up. Sort of it's offset by a couple of degrees there. Track required. It's coming back now. But once it gets past the final approach fix, the path is pretty good. So 2,000, it won't go below, and now it's going to follow the path all the way down to the runway point on the RNAV approach. Speed's good, we've got flap 10. And I'm going to press record. Recorder coming on now, it might just do a little freeze, so record. Approach 2. Save, here it freezes. Must talk to the dev, I don't know why it does this when I press record. There we go, it's recording. Welcome, Popica. Alternate airport is Victor Tango Bravo Delta, correct. And there's 5 miles, we'll start configuring now. Gear down. Flaps 215. Oops, speed window was closed for some reason. Landing checklist. Go straight to flap 30. So, start switches, recall, speed brake. Armed. Landing gear down to green order, brake is set to flaps 30. 30 green light. Lights are on. Check the speed clear to land. So looking at this, it's done this nicely, the last bit. 2 reds, 2 whites. Top of the white bar, remember, on the 737 is always 1,000 feet AGL. That's where you set the missed approach altitude. So 3,000 feet. It's now set. It's in approach logic, so it won't level off or do anything silly. We'll do 1 altitude distance cross check. This is usually done by pilot monitoring. So the distance of 3 miles, we need to be at 1,005 feet. 3 miles, bang on profile, so happy with that. Shall we do it? Ah. There we go. Disconnecting. Auto throttle. Autopilot. And we can keep the flight directors on. The runway point's coded in the FMC, so the guidance will take you all the way to touchdown. Check. So looking outside predominantly here.
Minimum.
Continue.
500.
Checked. 2 reds, 2 whites. Profile's looking good. Speed's bang on. Let's watch that rate of descent. There we go. Tad low now. Back on profile. So I'm just looking, keeping that runway in the same point of the windscreen all the way to the threshold. Looking less at the flight directors now, more outside. Speed's good. No wind now. Hang on profile, looking good. Maybe a little bit high on speed. Just watch that rate of descent. There we go.
50, 40, 30.
Check.
20.
Close.
10.
A little bit high in the flare. Oh, float, 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 float. I'm really high. Oh, come on. That was rubbish. Right, speed brake is up, reverses. Just going to go idle. 100. Take the second one. 80. That was awful. Manual braking. Cancelling reverse. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Suvarnabhumi International Airport in Bangkok. On 19 left. I've got a full right rudder. Why are we not turning? Why are we not turning? Full right, full right. Oh, come on. There we go. Need to adjust my rudder pedals slightly. Yeah, when you're going at 45 knots, you can still use the rudder to turn. Obviously, I've got it assigned to the tiller there. But no, that was all good. So I'll end the... What I'm going to do is stop the recording. Oh, no, actually, no, I'll wait until I've vacated. And then I can do that after, when I sign out there. Yeah, plus 31. Yeah, so this landing rate calculator is based off your rate of climb, rate of descent. So I'm guessing it's slightly upslope. So as I was in the flare, I was probably climbing slightly on the altitude. Oh, it was so butter, it's actually a plus. Right, now let's stop recording. So we are, I've stopped recording now, it should be good for later on. We'll taxi on in. Still no one on VATSIM here. And let me just have a look here on the clean up. Buttons here. So transponder to out off. Trim we'd reset. Flaps are coming up. Order brake to off I've already done. 3100. Flight directors off. 100. Steady. Probes coming off as well. There we are. Yeah, next time I come here, I've got to try and keep an eye out on VATSIM events here. Oh, guy, I have no idea where I'm going. I'm just taking a straight line. Well, we'll keep going. Let's go park. Should we finish where we started? I think it was stand. Oh, where's parking stands here? Be quite cool to finish where we started. Many charts. Standard taxi routing, parking stands, there we go. Can't remember what stand it was now.
Suvarnabhumi traffic, Thai Asia 4123
It
clear
was
19
Echo 10, I think. Yeah, Echo 10, that's where we started the day. So, we'll pin that. I need to go. Hotel, take hotel. Oh, I need to get rid of half of these charts now. Remove. So, Echo 10 is on. Bottom here, Concourse E. Okay. Concourse E, Concourse F, so it's right at the bottom of Concourse E, just here. So we'll take the second left on Golf actually. I don't know if there's some sort of clockwise system they've got going on here, just make sure there's no one coming. No, there isn't, so we'll take the second left.
Capital Bangkok, calling runway 19 left, Takeoff.
There we go. ESIP. Thanks everyone that joined in as well. Shame there's no ATC, but so now 3 o'clock local time here. Taxiing all over the place here. Yeah, the PMDG is pretty good. It did okay. The approach was there. It's just VNAV and LNAV's a little bit wonky. That's all. It doesn't work as it should. Even though they're using, I think, an older version, but initial part of descent is perfect. It stays in VNAV path, you get retard arm, the auto throttle's closed, but then as you enter the approach phase, as you sort of get below restrictions, it sort of just does its own thing. It sort of goes auto throttle on, FMC speed, and then it just it doesn't do an idle thrust CDA. It just sort of has thrust on, does sort of its own rate of descent between restrictions, which is a shame. I just wish it worked a little bit more realistically in that respect. But when it gets onto the approach phase, it comes good again. Passing the final approach phase, it follows the perfect descent path as needed. As usual, we've got Microsoft Flight Simulator ground traffic all over the place to ruin the day. We'll just smash our way through that. I'm going to come all the way over to Concourse E. We'll go in via Tango 13 and stand Echo 10. Should be the first on the right. Hello. Oh, fire trucks. Lama International landing. Rip bus. Glad to fly with you. Thank you very much, Infin Work, for coming in. Or Ewok. Infin Ewok. Oh, well. No APU. Well, for replay's sake, we'll imagine that someone fixed it en route. But it was good to do the isolated start earlier. Might still be broken by the looks of it. Could genuinely be a fault. No lower pressure. Here's our stand, Echo 10. Could still well be broken. Oh no, there we go. Jimmy, is that the Thrustmaster yoke you have in the attachment? Yes, the Thrustmaster yoke with the thrust levers as well. As mentioned earlier, the scenery is from Double T. Payway scenery. It is a little basic, but it has all the correct stand markings. The terminal design looks good externally. It's good. Good buy. Mark's got all your excuses have reached a new level. The landing was because the dog vomited on my feet. Could have used that one. Poor dog. He's fine. I just made him settle down on it in the kitchen on his bed. He was fine. His tail's wagging anyway. But that's dogs, isn't it? It wasn't the paw scratching. It was the grass. It was just grass that came up. Okay. Jimmy, nice. Considering if I guess it's good enough for you, it'll be fine for me. Yeah, the PMDG is fine. It's a good purchase, and you can certainly fly in a realistic manner in it. So if you want it in Microsoft Flight Simulator, it's a good purchase for sure. Boeing 737. Just need to turn the lights on. Right, there we go. Parking brake set. AP is available on bus. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Bangkok. What a lovely day we've had. And Microsoft Flight Simulator performed very well. No problems. I haven't shut the sim down. I didn't even change flights between the sectors. Just use the replay tool. There's King Power. Leicester City. Ah, there we are. Leicester City. Right, must log off that sim here as well. Because the replay tool doesn't disable it. Edge is below 20%. Anti-goals can come off. We'll leave it in transit state. That's it. Excellent. Landing lights on, everyone in terminal blind. I know Ify's Aviation. Unbelievable. Well done to Coda for spotting as well. Jeffrey, is it allowed in real life to hit the approach button when on an approach to follow the glide path? Yes, you need to integrated approach navigation. We don't have that at my operator. But yeah, there are INAV approaches you can fly using approach mode. Awesome. So yeah, absolutely would recommend this aircraft for anyone asking. Everyone always asks me that one. With regards to PMDG, just need to fix VNAV and LNAV. But overall, it works very well. It's excellent. If you want to enjoy this simulator, look at 737 or a realistic one. I'd highly recommend the PMDG. Anyway, we're going to pop off the network now. Disconnect. There we go. Thanks everyone that joined. Next time we'll pick up at some events. And that's another fun 2 sectors we've done in the PMDG 737. Right. Moment of truth then. Has my flight recorder replay worked? Load. Approach 2. Sims crash, that's a good sign. Ooh, it's working, and I have my gear down. Cue the funky replay music. There we go. So hopefully it will complete the approach. Why is the gear going up? Right, I think what's happening is it's doing the opposite. Okay. Okay, so it's starting with the, and now the gear stays up. Why is it doing that? It was looking good, and then the gear went up when I was putting it down. I think what I need to do is go back on stand and put the gear up. Why does it do this? This is not ideal. I can't land like this. Right, hold on. Let me end the situation here. Ah! Oh no! What have I done? I seem to have reset the entire flight. Are we going back to Phuket, I wonder, or back to right at the start of the stream when we're in Bangkok again? Just press stop and it's reloading the flight. Ready to fly, but okay. Oh no, hold on, I think it's put us where we are. Right, let me... Sounds like the gears just come up. Let me put the flaps where they should be. Gear levers down. Right, let me just try this replay tool again. Right, please leave the gear where it is. Yay! No! Why are you putting the gear up on the replay? Right, I'm pressing G. Oh, another belly landing for you guys. I need to read the instruction manual on this replay tool because at the moment. Try to load a gear command up. Oh, yeah, well that's making the correct sound. Like even if you lower it like this, it doesn't come down. Oh, this is just hilarious. Oh dear, oh dear. It's just, it ain't working. It ain't working at all. And if I press stop, it like reloads the flight. Well, if I come back here... Oh, it's only on one source of AC power at the moment as well, which is no. Can I... Oh, can I actually... Look, I can restore the... Shut up. Well, I really don't know what to do with this one. So this is the replay tool. It just doesn't seem to be putting the gear down. So I can do that, lands, and it's like it's there, but it's not there. Alright, well, I'm going to have to... I don't know how else to really do this. I use Flight Recorder 2.1, seems to work better with this one. Yeah, well the developer very kindly sent this out to me, so I'll get down to the bottom of what's causing it. Hopefully next time we can enjoy some replay views. You can enjoy the wing view though, and that certainly looks like there's no issues. So what I'll do is put you back here so you can enjoy the approach with the funky music, with this lovely wing view, with the flaps not fully extended. Anyway, let me get rid of Fly Live, so it does seem to be half working. Anyway, guys, I hope you enjoyed the stream. Thanks to the dev of Flight Control Replay for sending this to me. I'll get to the bottom of what's working. It's probably not compatible with the latest PMDG update or something like that, and hopefully we can use that in the future. Thank you to Double T for the Suvarnabhumi International Airport, Orbex, my partner for Phuket as well. Enjoyed flying in Thailand today for the first time. To everyone that donated, thanks for your generosity. Thank you very much to all the people that donated. It's very kind. To all the members, thank you very much for your continued support as well. Really appreciate it. Back to work in a couple of days. Full blocks of flying. It's mad at with the summer schedule at the moment. If I get a chance before or after one of my duties on earlies this week, we'll be jumping in the Flight Factor 767-400ER, which they've sent me over, which will be pretty cool. Guys, otherwise, enjoy your weekend. Thank you very much. Don't forget to hit subscribe. I'm on social media as well at Flight Deck Sim, and I'll see you all very, very soon. Cheerio.